In any case, let's do what we do. Let's do what we do. Let's do what we do. A whole jest thing in Sentin. Never have I ever. Eh, guys, welcome to Makoya Rundown. Once more, my name is KG. We are Makoya Rundown. We are here Monday to Friday, 20 past 10, and we have great and wonderful conversations like the one we are about to have today. And we also have a YouTube channel that you can go check out our library of wonderful lives that we've had, advice that has been, said, wonderful stories that have been shared. And yeah, man, come through, join the family, do the hard thing business, share a rosa, do the things that can be done so that we can do the things that we do. So let's do exactly that. So thank you so much, Papa, for the Rosa of the Rosa Scaruzi. And today, upon the request, hello Papa Lombuli, upon the request of, I think it was one, who requested that we have a part 2 because he felt like, aside dissect the grand, we did not go deeper. No, not that we did not. He thinks we can go deeper on this topic. So I invite you, let's go deeper on the topic. Share it with people you think, share the love with people you think will love this conversation, who will more than love it, contribute positively on it. So holla at your people, send them, share, invite them, and let's have a wonderful conversation. Hello, pal. What's good, Thicky? Hey, the names we do. What's good, Thicky Mar? What is this? So, yes, guys. Here we are. So, as part and parcel of this conversation, we dealt a lot about the way we do things as Africans. Our Thiki is your name, or what's going on? Thiki is your name. What's happening? No tears today. Wakanda stays in Wakanda. Hey, Popo, you see, you're reminding me that I once cried. Eish, but it's fine. It's alright. So, let's have this conversation. And today, I want to specifically include another element to it. I don't even know the show, as mean I'm bad. I don't know the show, but there's a show that today, guys, no, we are focused, we are back to normal, but whatever emotion that you see is genuine. It's not it's not filtered through the side of other things. It's genuine. So please know that if you offend me today, you have truly, you can't blame it on anything else. So Gerald, we see you. Welcome, stick around. Let's have a wonderful conversation. There's this show my producer sent me to go watch, and it was quite interesting. It's these round discussions that happen on TV. Don't know which platform exactly. And this particular one, we had a poet, we had a rapper, we had hoi hoi, we had who else did we have? We had well, I don't know if he's a professor, but he's a scholar of African traditions and things like that. And then there's another person who I think they term themselves a spiritual guru, advisor, something like that. So these are the number of people who were in the show, and they were talking about languages. Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys saw this episode that I'm talking about. So in this discussion, it was about languages and the preservation of languages, and I was like, this is quite interesting, and it goes back and it ties back to this topic that we had. And we did not touch on it on the day. How itse motho a reng oi oi, come on Makupe, come on, oi oi, someone educate Makupe there. So they were having this conversation about hey Sipot, it's been a while since I've seen you, ma'am. Lindy, we see you. Titi, go, we see you. So they were having this conversation about languages and the preservation thereof, and much discussion was had there, and part of the conclusion was that perhaps they had the wrong conversation altogether. Is it that we should be preserving languages, or we should be preserving the intellectual consciousness and everything else behind these languages, right? The argument was that from the spiritual guru, the argument was that in the means, or in the desire, in an attempt to communicate or to witness to each other, be it my spirit witnessing to yours, there is then, or the vehicle becomes language. Yeah. And this language can manifest itself in different manners or in different ways. It could be verbal, it could be body language, it could be aura, it could be what other thing, even telepathy came into the conversation at some point. To say that there are many ways in which we communicate. I could walk into this live, and by you reading my face, you're just like, KG did not have his tea this morning. I didn't say anything, but you read all of that. Someone can walk into a room, and because of their aura, there is something that gets picked up, and the mood in the room changes. All right. Please let me know if you guys see me. For some reason, I no longer see your comments. Can you guys hear me? Hello? You see me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We hear me. Okay, good. I think one of you need to come onto the panel so that I know that I'm not talking alone. Yeah. So so that is basically part of the conversation, to say that there are many ways in which we communicate, and more than anything, it should not so much matter the language in which we use, because the language evolves. So his argument was that when we're saying we are preserving an indigenous language for whatever reason, is what we know now the origin or the original language, or is it the original language what our parents knows or our grandparents know, or is it in actual fact every generation has spoken a different version of this language, but what has become important in all these generations is that has the wisdom that is being communicated through this language being preserved, right? Are we still able to understand concepts as we should and as they are communicated down, because we are talking about tradition, right? It has been passed down from generation to generation. So yeah, so that was part of it, and I was like, okay, maybe we can expound on our topic, of modernization and westernization and how it has affected our cultures and traditions, and maybe add in the element of language in there, because there's also another argument to say that if you take language from a people, you then lose the culture, or those people will lose their culture, they will lose themselves, and who they are, and perhaps even their history. So I don't know. I want to hear what you guys are saying in light of that. And maybe you might feel that there are other elements in which modernization and westernization has affected our cultures and traditions. Let's go specific into different areas. It could be language, it could be how we actually do things, it could be the education, it could be the roles as we know them culturally, and how they are then affected by modernization. I think in one of our points that were mentioned in the previous discussion was that, because of the distance between us nowadays, we no longer live within the same village, all of us, then you find that some roles fall through the cracks because of distance. There will be an uncle or a khadi, or mama kholo somewhere, staying in another province altogether, and there's no constant communication or relationships being built, and you only see these people either when you're getting married, or when there's like a major thing that needs to be done that requires them, according to the stature they hold in the family. So these are some of the issues that were brought up. So we can expand a little bit more if you feel a particular subject that we have mentioned, and if you are part of that conversation, you want to bring in something, bring it in. Klezo, we see you. Bring it in. Tabato, we see you. Bring it in, and let's see what we can do. Donna, we see you. So let's have a conversation. Pretty simple. You can request to come onto the panel, and once you're on the panel, we do things in an orderly fashion. You mute your mic, you speak when it's your opportunity to speak. If you want to respond to someone, you just write a comment, you just raise your hand, you get noted. You don't just speak when the person is speaking, just so that we can have an orderly conversation and we can have an opportunity to hear each other, right? So let's do exactly that. Morning. And before we do that, I ought to play the disclaimer. So let's just play the disclaimer and make sure that we're good. Okay. So yeah. In the meantime, guys, please do request to get onto the panel, and you will be accepted pretty soon. Pretty soon. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm not seeing the disclaimer. Let me just do that. Good morning. Who else has come in? Let me know if you're watching us for the first time, and let me proper introduce myself to you, and maybe you let us know where you're joining us from. Yeah? Alright, can you guys still hear me? I think I'm still not seeing any response on my thing. I hope there's no problem with this live. Okay, I'm joining for the first time. I'm joining in Pretoria. Which part of Pretoria are you joining us from, ma'am? Which part of Pretoria are you joining us from, ma'am? Please let us know. All right. So here is our
The views and
disclaimer.
opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the individuals participating in the conversation and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the podcast host or any affiliated organization. Listener discretion is advised.
Hallelujah. Manzi, Fancy TP, welcome. So guys, let's have a conversation. Why you guys have not yet responded or requested? And let's go. Come on in. Hello, hi Makupe.
Hello.
Ngefos. Unjani?
Ay, la rata yo, guys.
Unjani?
Ay, ngiyaphila bhuti unjani? Wayerulela sizolo. Uyacolonized.
Multilingual.
Eh.
Multilingual. How else am I gonna learn Makupe if you don't allow me to break this language?
Londeka. Not on decker.
Londeka.
On decker.
I even forgot that there's a name called Londeka, eh?
No, because you said it twice and I was like, what is KG talking about?
Londeka.
Londeka. On decker.
Londeka, please give me permission to call you Londeka.
No, that's not her name.
Give me permission, I'll call you Londeka.
You?
What's up, mommy? What are you having for breakfast?
I'm having apple cider vinegar and lemon water. I start eating at 12. So
I just don't have the apple cider vinegar, lemon water, and a bit of honey. So
I don't like the aftertaste, yeah, honey. Like it has a funny, it hits the back of my tongue funny.
people like you, Nje, as in 1 point lost.
I don't need your points. What happens when you accumulate the points?
Only when you find out you will know the importance of these points. Right now.
Oh, Tabi, I love your spirit too, though I can feel your spirit through the phone. You should join us on the panel.
Zezo, please. Actually, Tabby has never joined the panel.
Yes.
Tabby, just join in and say hi.
Just say hello.
We can hear your voice, you know?
Or maybe a city voice. Just dethrone Kimang Aus Grace, please. Can somebody dethrone her? Okay?
Please, let's do it. Abuti J Papale Tabo Zwagit. So yes, tell me. What's your take? Because I think we had a very good discussion on the day. So what about the language? Yakonto Hanaki was Zulu J.
Hey, yeah, guys. No, I think that language is very important, ne? Because like you're saying, it's a form of communication and but I also think that it also forms part of your identity, and which is why otherwise those ones that came to disturb our peace aside would have let us speak our languages. But there's a point where you were saying something about language evolving.
Yeah.
Yes, language evolves, but your own language. So Sepedisa today, Sepedisa 100 years ago, as Setswana, right?
Yeah.
But then we can liken it to speaking English. I think that's where then we are now in the realm of westernization and modernization. So modernizing is me speaking Sepedi of today, and then westernizing is me speaking English only.
Okay.
So it's funny because we were talking about this the other day. Our generation especially, we were raised by parents who have recently been out of apartheid, the middle class, who, you know, ba fitlhile ke bana ba today, bana ba bona tshwanetse ba kene ko multiracials, and of course, when you're going to multiracial, you're going to come home and speak English because ngwana tshwanetse a tlwaele sekgowa, akere? So le mo ntlong re mmoledisa sekgowa and stuff like that. But then, not that we are better, we are different because as time went on, we realized that actually kids are quite resilient. So ngwana a ka bolela seZulu, a bolela Sepedi, a bolela English, and speak all three of them well and understand you all at the same time.
Tshimologo.
Wa e bona? So now what happened is that I found myself being excluded because I'm one of the people that do have the homes. Ko magaeng.
Yeah.
And I would go there, and my cousins are speaking deep Sepedi, and load shedding. And I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to understand my cousins. They're going to ridicule me, and never pizza wait, because I'd always say wait instead of whatever, because I'm petty.
Yes.
So never pizza wait, and as a result, I would stop playing with them. I'd chill with my great grandmother the whole day, and I guess that had its own blessing in disguise on its own. But then it created a disconnect between me and my cousins. And as time went on, I insisted that now, guys, ke kopa gore ke tsebe Sepedi. So my Sepedi isn't the best even now, but at least I can construct a sentence, I can read it. There's a day, because like I said, when I was growing up, I was that snob girl. There's a day where we had a funeral, ya Rakgadi wa ka, and the obituary was written in Sepedi, and my cousin was an MC, and he decided to be a dude and ask me to read the obituary. So I was there, like, you know what? I'm going to show this
Rabala
nigga.
ka kgotso mo
No,
matetsi.
he got the wrong one on the right day. I slammed it. Even me, I was like, is this me? I was like,
Good.
you
Good
got
on
the
you.
wrong one on the right day. Because I was already on that path
Yeah.
of learning Sepedi.
Learning. Okay.
And yeah, and I'm one of those people that are very deliberate and very passionate. So when I decide that I'm doing something, I do it. So it also became, again, a bonding experience for me and my grandfather, because he's the one that was predominantly teaching me Sepedi and teaching me idioms, what this means, what that means. We even took it further to teaching me about like astrology, ngwedi ha e shebile so e dirang, when there are stars in the sky, this is what it means, things like that. So it was also a bonding experience, which also, I guess, reinforces my point. This is how we connect as people. And for those that also ba pasang, are we going to be khumshing with our ancestors? Go. But also that I'm not that stringent on my view on that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But you know what's funny? This was mentioned, I think, in this conversation I was referring to, the element of Tsotsi Tao, right? Which at some point, and I don't just the reference to Tsotsi but any language elocution in the next few years, 10, 20, will be of actual formal language, yeah? And then if you're going to have, like you're saying, but about Pasa, if what's about Tatamoholo Nele Judgism D. So how can you feel like examilate?
No, I agree with you, Jorge. It's not black and white, man. Because I think the one thing that I love the most about being black and about our people is that we are seeds, man. You will take something and try to oppress us, Kayona, and something so beautiful will come out of it.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I mean, king, like that thing, that's Katamia, the story, or how did Katamia originate?
Originate, yeah.
So things like that, gore, they were meant to be oppressed. They go hostel, it's locked down, you're not allowed to talk. And then they started singing and whispering, babinela ko fatshe, and a genre was born, a whole music genre was born.
Yeah.
So things like that, Botsotsi Tal, it's a beautiful thing. Um, there's nothing wrong with it. But then if you go back to the meaning, and I think maybe if we relook at it, it's about how you look at it. Actually, you can look at it, okay, the colonizer did this and this and that. But then if you want, we conquered that and we made it this beautiful thing that belongs to us now.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on how you choose to look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, yo, I'm going to be Rachel Kuketso with stories today.
Bring it.
It's like
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, I was mugged at knife point. Yabo.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yo, kitsugile. Yo, KG, you have no idea. So I didn't want to go outside. It was the first time experiencing such violence.
Sure.
So I didn't want to go outside. Like I really limited my movements and yabo. And my uncle came to me and he's like, listen, this person took your phone, right? And now you are running after him and giving him your freedom. So they came to take what they took,
Yes.
but now you're giving them more than they came to take.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we tend to do that as people. Like, but then we give them more.
Sure.
We give them more, and that allows them to own us even more. So it depends on how you want to do it. Do you want to run after these people and give them more of your freedom, more of your identity, more of your energy, or do you want to now rebuild and claim yourself and be yourself?
Yeah, I think that analogy you just gave is such an important thing for anyone needing to go through a journey of healing, because much of what makes the healing difficult is the other things we relinquish, to whatever that has hurt us. And I think it's quite profound. I think that's I know. I think I'm gonna need to have a silent moment today, somewhere in the day, and just think about what you just said now. Very powerful, very powerful.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dropping gems today. Shibika Vezi. Thank you. Did I butcher that one, Makupi? Thank you so much for the follow. Mshibeka Vezi.
I can't see it.
Oh yes, you won't be able to see it. They just followed us. Just say hi so they can see your name, Mshibe, so that I can be at least freed from this thing. While we're at it, can you please just tap 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 tap? There is the name, Makupe. Tap 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 and share the live. We have 7 shares. We can do a bit more. Thank you so much for following. Sorry. Yes.
So I can try for Mshibe Gavezi.
There we go. Yabo? Yeah. So at least I did not butcher it. I hope. Yes.
Mshibe
Very
Gavezi.
interesting. I wonder what Mshibe means. Interesting stuff. But yeah, Abuti one of the 1s and 2s, Zwaga.
Yeah, Sangikon, can you please just give me a minute?
Not a problem, not a problem, not a problem. Everyone else who's perhaps joining us for the first time, my name is KG. The Alchemist, we see you. Did I miss a letter? I think I did miss a letter there. The Alchemist, sorry. We see you. So yeah, welcome. My name is KG. We are Makaya Rundown. We are here 20 past 10, Monday to Friday. So please join us and let's have wonderful conversations, yeah? while we tap, we always try to get to 50K. So just do. I'm seeing a lot of hearts here. People are waking. I like it. I like it. I like it. That's very great. Abuti Dean,
Into oshadile sawubona.
umuntu ozoshada ngiyakubona nawe. How are you, sir?
Bantwana bamangoni sanibonani nonke. Ngokukhethekile zimbali zezwe. The only reasons we wake up ekuseni siyosebenza sibuye. Zintombi neyintokazi ezinhle. Sanibonani.
All the ladies, hello.
It's easier kaSipho. It's so easier kaSipho. It is so easier kaSipho. You just say all the ladies.
But I guess that brings us to the topic of the day. Such beauty and praise in the language that you started with, only to be reduced to all the ladies high.
You know, the interesting thing that you were talking about the language and first of all, before I say anything, disclaimer. Have you realized that every love song, even in the piano section right now, ikazi Zulu for a reason? But I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm not discriminating against any other language or tribe.
I want to say something, but also I don't want to make you bigger than you already are, yabo? So I'll just keep quiet. It's fine. Continue, say.
There is a mountain.
Look at this. It's our very own khaskhasva.
Exactly, Babu. There is a mountain in KZN when you're driving on the inner slope of from Durban to Nkandla. When you're using the inner route, there's a mountain called Intunjambili. It's the highest mountain we have in KZN.
Okay.
That mountain is so dangerous that if you are driving downwards, the habit of using your brake when you're driving down a steep hill. There are signs warning you not to do that. I promise you, because the mountain itself, it takes you quite a while to drive down. That if you keep on using your brake, halfway through they're gonna become so hot that they're not gonna work. So you are probed to use your gears,
gears instead.
Gear 3 instead of your brake. And there's a guy that wrote a song wathi ngingagibela intaba yesandlwane, ngingagibela nentaba intunjambili, talking about that mountain. Athi bese ngiyoze ngifike le ngeke ngilale la bathi inhliziyo ayiphakelwa. Ngangikuphi bethandana kanjalo abantu bebhala lezo zinto, ngikhona right here next to them. People are so the thing of language, Utina, it goes so back that we have words that are not of us, that we have adopted to be us. That when you truly do the background, you find they are either Afrikaner or English words that could not be understood by our parents. And they were slanged into isiZulu. Words like umakoti, words like and the crazy thing about it, if you listen to the word umakoti, I promise you swear ukuthi isiZulu.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
It was a request for a cup of tea. I raised this one because KG drinks tea a lot. But it was a request for a cup of tea from an original Boer. While they were having discussions with their assistants or their maid. So the scary part about it is that in us losing the indigenous tongue that we have, we lose the meaning of those words also. Um, I was reading about the Khoi, that the Khoi sound, the language, the clicks, the babona, they range on a frequency that is not normal to the ear.
Okay.
It the babo, when they say it, it's it's on I think level 2 or level 1 frequency level than our normal speech saying,
Mm-hmm.
which then, if you are a person of vibrations and frequencies, if you believe in that, you then understand that they are of a higher language communication system that does not just speak to the ear, but also touches a certain level of the spiritual side,
Yeah.
by them clinging. The harmony of them when they hum, there's a depth they go on the voice cord that is
Yeah.
not normal to the rest of us. Also, it's of a certain level of frequency that is also not just physically but also on a spiritual level. So with us being more Western, wanting to adapt, because we know la baba khuluma ngekhala ne, you know those the no speaking people.
Yeah.
So we lose those elements of us within us trying to be more Western or trying to adapt to the visitors that we once accommodated but did not invite. So we lose the authenticity of us and the purity within us just by those by us trying to adapt to the visitors that we currently have right now. So I was immediately when you started, I jumped out and I was, let me see what information I can find,
Sure.
about us losing
Mm,
the
mm, mm.
true self of our tongue, and by us speaking language that are not ours, how much of us do we actually then gain, or how much of us do we lose? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, like I said the last time,
Yeah.
I'm still yet to find a positive thing. And
Question to you. By the way, when you're talking about the quays and the sand, you reminded me of this TikTok guy speaking about the go and the quay.
you are too old for that.
Was the go? Was the
Don't you
quay?
dare start. You are too old for that. You even have a wife. You can't. I promise you, the most lost generation is the one that we are brewing right now. Like, who are we? I'm like, you don't know who you are. Where are we? I'm like, I'm gonna smack you. Say that one more
Was
time.
the go? Was the go?
But it shows you, KG. It shows you how lost of a people we're becoming. It shows you, I promise you. And a lot of and other people say, no, it's them being modern. There's nothing modern about that. There is nothing being a grown ass man greeting another man saying "Lakwi, lako," and I look at you, I judge your intelligence immediately. Yo.
Oh
So
man.
so please, KG, you are just too old for that one. You are not allowed to even partake in such things.
Oh man. You must cry. Oh man. Oh man. TikTok has done things to us, man. Yo, like yesterday, almost I don't know for about 30 minutes or so, I was just scrolling through this guy. I was like, yeah, nah, it's okay. But yeah, I, I get what you mean, in terms of these. But I have a question then. What about the element of saying that languages come and go? Um, they come and go. We have even different dialects of it, and through those dialects, that's when certain things move about and change and become something else. And I think the stats that I remember, we what 54. countries in Africa, more than 3,000 languages that are spoken. And I think some of the things that are they cut across the board in the continent is the values of Ubuntu, right? And my then statement is, if values like Ubuntu are so universal to us as African people, you find them in any tribe that you're gonna cut across the continent. Does it then really matter the language that we speak, as long as these truths, this type of knowledge and this consciousness that we are communicating gets communicated? I understand, or or it's you can't really make out what's the meaning out of all of that. I understand uh, why it would be lacking. But if a language can still articulate some of the core values, some of the things that are held, or the consciousness that is held behind these languages, does it really matter then? If you are able to explain to your kids the mysteries that you have come to know, whether you are using Zulu, you are using Sepedi, isiZulu, you are using Sepedi, you are using Setswana, you're still communicating the very same consciousness. So how do we reconcile that when then we talk about the losing of languages and therefore the losing of some of these things? Makupe, come through.
Yeah, so I think I want to sound like a broken record because this is my ultimate philosophy on the whole modernization and westernization thing. Gore. For as long as the why is preserved, the how, or the how must preserve the why, right? And over time, the how changes. And I think that let me use dilo tse tshwanang le language and how you look and your faith, things like that, they form part of your identity, right? As a person, as an individual, and as a culture. Because yes, you are an individual within a family, within a culture, within a country, so within a race, it becomes bigger and bigger. So one thing that and I will never stop being grateful for this, is the family that I come from, because we have these conversations, and one thing that has come up a lot is our hair. I will stray a bit. Our hair, because a lot of us kontlong ke banyana, and we are raising young girls, and we want their experience with the world to be different, and we engage with them on things like that, Abo? So for example, there was a phase where I decided, listen, I'm cutting my hair, I guess I relax miriri and stuff like that. So we started, my niece now wanted to get blonde braids, and we asked her why. She's in crash. I don't know what crash is. I came to guys. She's about 5.
Yeah.
So uko crash, and she said that she wants to look like the chick from Tangled,
Okay.
Rapunzel, who's got blonde hair. So we interrogated the why. We went deeper and deeper and deeper into why. Because if you want to dye your hair blonde or relax your hair, it's because you want to look like a white person. Why do you want to look like a white person? Is it because they're white? Is it because you like it? Is it because you think you're less than as a black person? Dilo tse bjalo. And even relaxing, if I decide to relax my hair now, it won't be because ke nyaka go tshwana le makgowa. It will be because natural hair is damn inconvenient. Like, it will just be about that. It's not about what it was about when I was in primary school and high school. So it has changed. Abo? And I think that's what we need to preserve. The reason, the intention, the driving force behind why we do things. You
Yeah.
know, and there's nothing wrong with ngwana a nyaka go tshwana le Tangled if ke rona re sa mmogediseng bo Moana le bo Coco akere le bo ke mang o mong Mirabel wa ko that Mexican family.
Okay.
It's our fault because we are the ones not exposing her to those things. So naturally, she's going to want to look like the Tangled girl, right? So yeah, Encanto, yes, an amazing. That's an amazing. We don't talk about Bruno. I love it. Encanto, yes.
That animation was boss. Yes, I enjoyed that
Yo,
thing.
yo,
I genuinely don't like sing along movies and all of these things. I forgot what the term is, but that was fire. Bruno
yo.
still lives in my head, and yeah,
So yeah, in a nutshell,
yeah.
yeah, it's the
Okay.
why, the how must preserve the why. Because I think I've said this before, where we get so preoccupied by the semantics and that we actually don't solve a problem at the end. Because we live here, yes, now I know what cement is in Zulu, but what has that solved for me? What have I achieved from that? You know? So
What
yeah.
is cement in Zoo?
Kopa ukuthi abutitini yini cement abutitini ngesizulu
Nginakuphi mina ngafaka mase kufanele ngichaze.
umzulu la
Ngibhizi
umzulu
ngikhuluma ngamapopayi lana ngiyayibuza ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani angingiphenduli sekufanele ngichaze osimende mina.
yini simende isimende
We are giving you things that
isimende
you can talk to your niece and nephews about, Abutidin.
how
How?
but these things cartoons are about kids angithi kanti kwenzakalani
All right. Thank you for
isimende
that.
so it's also it's English, it means there's no cement in Zulu.
I guess. Yeah, but also Vele was there cement Kanako thing.
There wasn't, and now whose fault is that?
You see? So yeah, he makes them watch Game of Thrones. Wow, poignant. Um, uh, whenever you're ready, you'll just notify me on the comments, right? Makupe, you mentioned in your comments earlier on about drums, right? And I gave it a thought about this thing, and I don't think I've gone as deeper as I could. Um, you know, one of the things that were mentioned was that, drums are, you would even go as far as saying drums are the one of the oldest languages, yeah, or form of language in any sense. And I was like, just to think, what is it about a drum that does what it does? And first thing that came to mind is from a Christian perspective, and I don't think it's only around Christian, but the word Yahweh, and when they try and dissect it and say how it's basically signifying breath and the sounds that you make when you breathe, and I was like, okay, so would a drum so far as go as much as the beat of your own heart? And that's why the resonance of it goes deeper than any other thing, because we have that heartbeat that is in us, and therefore the sound of a drum has a thing that resonates with what you are and how you are made up, and I think I would even go and touch it with what Udin was talking about earlier on about vibrations, to say then perhaps also the way music gets to us the way that it does is then the frequency at which it moves and the element it touches in our body that then transcends into other areas that are far deeper than the physical we see. So it's quite interesting, some of these things. And I was like, if you think about it and just give it a bit of thought, you would then realize the impact that they have. And I mean, um, yeah, I'm just going too much. Abuti one, kopozwa kahle.
Ngiyabonga mfethu, kunjani?
I'm tops, wena?
I'm doing better than I deserve.
That's a good one. Let's go.
Interesting topic. Ish, a lot has been said. Don't even know where to start. But I'm going to start by just clarifying that culture and spirituality is not the same thing.
Woo, okay.
We have African spirituality and we have Western spirituality.
Okay.
There's no lie that African spirituality has been negatively affected by Westernization. No one can deny that. That's a fact. However, it's a lie to say that as African, we've never benefited from Western modernization or Western civilization. I'm willing to oppose anyone who tries to make that claim because it can never be true. So,
continue.
One thing that I want to, or my point of departure is at trying to make it clear that civilization predates the arrival of Westerners in Africa. There's many evidence of this. You can look at the Zimbabwe ruins, which date back to about thousands of years. We have the Adam's calendar in KZN, which date back to about 200,000 years, 200K years. We have the Umapungugwe. If you did any basic history in high school, you would have heard of Umapungugwe Kingdom. That was a civilization which date back to about 6,000 years. Way back before I'm sure even the Westerners even thought of coming to Africa. Now that's a fact. So what happened to those civilizations is a question to be answered. One school of thought is those people who lived around that time were totally destroyed. We don't know by what or when or exactly what happened, but we can speculate. Those people were totally destroyed, and then came another generation, which according to the Bible is known as the generation of Adam.
Okay.
Then came another generation. This generation, they started from scratch. They didn't know anything. They didn't know whether they were coming or going. So they had to develop structures in order for them to have a meaningful life. They have to come up with a way of doing things. And this way of doing things then later became their culture. That's why sometimes when people, but I don't want to make this example.
Bring it on, I dare you.
No, the thing is, I don't want to make an example that relates to my line of work. So it's
okay. No, then it's fine.
But that's why we often refer to things as a culture. Maybe if someone usually comes late at church, would say, "Hey, Yabonjo, it's your culture to come late. It's Adam's calendar is 75,000 years old. Yeah, it's between 75,000 years and 200,000 years old. It's not. You can never guess exactly how old a rock is. I don't want to go into the specifics of how we determine the age of a rock because I know how that is done. So you can never say exactly how old a rock is because I'm just going to give you a brief example of how we determine the age of a rock is you look at the rate of its scaffolding, how fast does it get broken down into smaller pieces, or how fast does it peel? Because rocks, they peel. So you look at the rates of its peeling, then you try to find a similar rock which have not yet peeled to that degree, then you compare with, okay, if it spills at this rate, so possibly it's this work is so many years old. So you can never know for sure. Moving on. Yeah, so these people, when they were re-established, or when they realized that, hey, where are we? We're on this rock called Earth. What's there to do? They started covering themselves with animal skins, especially in our culture, in the Zulu culture. They covered themselves with animal skins. They started trying different fruits to see how can we survive. They found that some fruits were too sour. Some of them died trying to see if this can be eaten or not. Then if someone died, they know, okay, moving forward to this one, it's not to be touched. We cannot eat this. And as time went by, they had systems, they had ways of doing things. For example, one of those rules, or one of the cultures in Zulu, is to say a woman cannot do certain things, like the gender roles. That's when gender roles were developed. Not because they received these instructions from gods. No, this instruction never came from God, but it came from them trying to analyze the situation and seeing what's work and what doesn't. One of the things they said was men should go out and look for food, and women must stay at home. They must clean. They must go to get water. Why did women have to stay back, and why did men were allowed to go out and hunt? It's simple. You don't even have to be smart to understand that. It's simple because of physical strength, because of speed and physical strength. If you look at current world record of heavy lifters, you'll see that the record for men far beats the record for women. Even when it comes to sprinters, you'd see that men are way far better sprinters than women. So these things, they became culture, and they were passed down from generations to generations to generations. Now, is our culture perfect? For that time, it was perfect. It worked for that particular time. And it was therefore passed down from generation to generation. Okay, sharp. Then came the Westerners, the enemies. I don't know for how long as African we're going to be victims. We're going to consider ourselves as victims to Western civilization. In my opinion, when speaking of Western civilization, it's I classify it as a problem of a practitioner. You can have a bad doctor, but that doesn't mean that medicine as a whole is bad. Do you understand?
Sure.
So we can never run away from the fact that in most countries where the Westerners moved to, they killed, they destroyed, and they dominated. That's a fact. But to say that their entire system of civilization is bad, I do not agree with that. In my view, it has more benefits than negatives, especially if you look at things, if you look at how people lived during that time. You know, I shy away from speaking about such things, just trying to avoid being classified as anti-African or too modernized.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is the type of living that they introduced to us, when compared or when juxtaposed with the way that we used to live, the Western way of living is better. It is better. Look at this. Before they arrived, we used to live in huts, in Kokora, Wondi. And what would happen when there's floods? That's why people kept on moving from one part of the country to another, to another, to another, to another, to another, to another. This is a fact. They kept on moving, running away from, I wouldn't say running away, but trying to escape natural disasters, trying to find a flat area that has good weather, that has a better way. That is basically where they can live. And when another flood comes, or when severe weather conditions come, they will move and find another place. They will move and find another place. They will move and find another place. And then came the Westerners, and then they said, no, 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 no. Actually, guys, you don't have to move. There is Usimende. Umakupe was asking what is Usimende. I also don't have an idea. But you know what? There's Usimende, actually, guys. You can build a structure that can withstand any weather condition. That's a benefit of Western civilization. One. I can go on and on. I'm not going to list them all one by one.
Yeah.
There are many of them. Even Africans. When speaking to when speaking to them, I wouldn't admit this, but here, because it's us, I'm going to admit this. We couldn't create simple things such as a wheel for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We couldn't come up with the wheel. You know what, guys? If you make a wheel, this thing will roll and it will help you to move quicker. That idea never crossed our mind. Even today, we live in a country where people are still unable to produce enough electricity to sustain us. We are still unable to do certain things that other civilization picked up long or mastered long time ago. Now let's go to modernization. Modernization is basically the current way of doing things. It has nothing to do with culture, etc., etc., etc. And one of the things people say when criticizing Westernization is our standards. They say now we have Western standards of beauty. Umakupe did touch base on this. Look at our sisters now. They are wearing weaves, etc., etc. I've always opposed this because I've spent a lot of time with women, and I can understand the reason why they wear ama weave. It's just for convenience, as Umakupe said earlier. And people will say, look at our language here too. We have all these words that we've took from this language and this language and that language, and now they've messed up our language. What I can say to that is words are only as good as the meaning that we give to them. Words are only as good as the meaning that we give to them. For example, let's take the K word, the one that we all despise. If this word was introduced to you as a reference to a cake, if the K word was a cake, you would have, if someone said that word, you wouldn't be offended. But why are you offended? It's because of the meaning that you have given to it, or the meaning that it originates from. So language has been changed here and there. It's neither here or there in my opinion, because language develops as people come together and as they mingle. And one of the examples is Zulu language. Zulu language is not that old, by the way. It's a combination of many languages. We had the Matsebula, we had the Mandebele, we had the Mapaka. These people, they were living in the same geographical area, but they belonged to different nations until a certain point when King Shaka decided that, all of these small nations, I'm going to turn all these small nations into one nation. And it did that by Kitsagwe Gazi and other people. They volunteered, other smaller tribes. But you know what? We don't want to fight you. We see that you're far way stronger than us. So they volunteer, but we say, you know what? So Shichamasiko etu, our culture, our way of doing things, and we're going to follow whatever you say we must follow.
Okay. All right. I think we can put a pause on it for now. There's been a number of responses on the comments that I think people want to come through at it. So let's also give. So you can say whatever last thing that you want to come in at one, and then we'll give others an opportunity to respond.
Yes. Okay. No. Just in case. Yeah. I'm gonna stay on the live.
Okay.
In closing, I'd love to say that yes, there's no denying that there are certain negative aspects of Western civilization. It has affected us in negative ways, but when you weigh the negatives and the positives, in my opinion, Western civilization has a net positive on us, especially in the southern part of Africa. I cannot speak for people in Congo or people in other parts of Africa. I'm
Yeah.
only speaking to people whom I'm only referring to people whom I can relate to.
Okay. Right. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Dean and then Makupe.
I want to disclose this first.
Must I play the disclaimer before you speak?
Not now. I want you
Okay.
to close, guy on. It's gonna
Oh, okay.
require.
All right.
I require it to be played twice today. And disclaimer: I'm not well, guys, but I could feel my ancestors just getting into me, giving me strength to rebuttal what was just said. On the bad side is that when we count the positives that the Western has done, it hurts me that we only limited to cement in the creation of houses, which also I can argue. Reason being is that our forefathers could read the skies, guys. They could tell stars before the whites could create telescopes. When it comes to the navigation of the seas, it was done by Moors, black people of Africa. Christopher Columbus did not even understand how do you tell north and west when it comes to the dimensions of the seas. It's a fact that maps, they were a blueprint that was read from a black writer first. I'm it hurts me that when our parents and our grandparents could understand the moving of the stars, up until now there's records of moons that only after they created telescopes they came to knowledge of. As Westerners, we already had connections with them. These are facts. If you do enough history on our own culture, you understand these things. So you can't then tell me that if we could do that, we could not pick a spot to create and build communities that was not going to be affected by floods. Up until today, most of our military strategists are studied by the Westerners based on the ingenuity of their thoughts when it came to war and ingenuity. Our structures and kingdom. I mean, right now, if you go to KZN, they still study about the Palace Yasesandlo and how it was created, the form of its defense, and the form of its attacks levels. How was it made for it to be imperative when it came to an attack form? We can't then say that those people could then have an issue with picking a location that was not going to be affected by floods. And only when white people decided to come here, being navigated and directed and driven by a black man in a ship, then we say they came with the involvement of cement and they changed our life for the good. Up until I'm still waiting for a person that's gonna give me factual reasons of the positives that has been outweighed with the negatives to then say, no man, a lot was changed for the benefits of us black people. Number two, I don't know if it's number two or number three, but hence I said I'm sick. But I could feel inkosi usenza ngakhona ngena kumina edlungisa nanti iphutha. My problem then becomes this: we should shy away from not doing our own history. We should shy away from not doing our own introspection in our own cultures. We come from a lineage which is the first tribe, Ingoni. They were known to be blameless when it comes to anything that they were doing. That's where all the Zulus, the Ndebeles, the Swatis, the Zim, we have tribes from South Africa right up until DRC that are lineage to Amangoni. That's the tribe that was known for them not just being pure spiritually, but also to the physical extent that they will never lie with their mouth purposefully or forcefully. They will rather die. They were known as a breed of people that were pure. And every other people then derive from those tribes based on relocation, moving and spreading around the continent. So if that is where we come from, if those are that is the essence of who we are, and the based on the fact that we reach out to such purity and the strengths and the creation of the hand that is blameless amongst anything and amongst anyone. Based on our own behaviors, we have derived into becoming Amazulu, Amaxhosa, and we have created our own problems and our own identities by us moving from our original stem. I then say it is impossible for then what is not us to impact us, and only the positives that are being named without it being a negative impact to ourselves. Because with us losing a certain of our identity, I'm just saying the West has not given us anything that we did not have. We're talking about civilization. We've given the West civilization 3 times. If we look back to history, we've taught the French how to take a shower. For goodness sake, the Egyptians were a great scholar when it came to mathematics. I'm talking in the Greekest level, not just now in Europe, but we're pushing it way back to the Greeks. They understood philosophy and maths from Moms, which is again Africa and Egypt. Give me a listing of saying these are the positive impacts. Please don't tell me about cement. We had Ubumba, for goodness sake, which it was clay. We found it on the ground that would build our houses, strong it with trees. We had unremovable structures, which up until today, they still stand. And we have evidence of such things. So when we say they've impacted us in the most positive manner, I'm not saying there's nothing good they've brought, guys. They've brought something, but it's not something that we could not live without. We are sicker than than we were before, because our ancestors knew what not to eat and what to eat. Like, if we look at now and then, without even blaming anyone, our elders are outliving us by 100. My grandmother's 100, and my grandfather died at 104 years old. Tell me the last time or tell me anyone that you know that think will reach 100 years right now, based on the food that we're eating, the drinks that we're drinking, the lifestyle that we're living. I still yet to find a good, positive action that is brought not just to impact a person, but a civilization as a whole. So when it comes to people that used to live with pigs in the very same house, and we are talking about what they impacted us on a very positive level, when we knew that there was a thing called a crawl, where an animal would live and a human person would live in a hut. Come on, guys, let's do better.
All right. Thank you so much. I will give you one the opportunity to respond to that, and then Makupe will come in and yeah, let's go.
Ish, you know, a lot has been said. No, and actually, I totally agree with what Udini has said. It's just that I don't want to speculate and speak of what we could have done or what we were capable of, but we didn't do. For sure, if they never arrived, we would have reached a better level of civilization. But what they did was they accelerated our civilization, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion. And you know, Udin is 100% right when he speaks about the Egyptians, the mathematicians, etc., 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 and that people could read the stars and they could they understood the seasons. By the way, Amanguni, how they were able to conquer many other small tribes is because they understood farming, they understood large scale farming. So they were able to identify an area where crops could grow and they would live there, etc., etc. Okay, but that's fine. And when speaking of structures, lawa utina kulmanga ukuthi we build structures that are still standing even today. Unfortunately, those structures were not built by the people that we can relate to. They were built by a civilization that lived thousands of years before us. As I mentioned when I started, that we are not the first civilization. We are not the first group of people who can build an aeroplane. We know for a fact that, for example, if you look at the Adam's calendar, the the type of rocks that are found in the Adam's calendar. Okay, let me just give you just for the benefit of people who don't know Adam's calendar. Adam's calendar, it's a structure built on top of a mountain. It's basically used to determine seasons and the time of the day. It was called the Adam's calendar because it was the first, or it is the oldest calendar that there is. Remember, we often say Adam was the first person to live. So they say it's the Adam's calendar because it's probably the first calendar that they used. Now, these rocks are not natives to the mountain where they're built. Similar rocks are found about 15 kilometers away from where this mountain is. So, which means these very heavy rocks, which cannot be moved even today by humans, had to be transported 15 kilometers away to where they are. So, which shows you that these people who lived 75,000 years or 2,000 years ago, they had technologies that were very useful. I certainly do not believe that those things were done by our and by our bloodline, by our ancestors, but they were done by a totally different civilization. And just also to add on culture, is in e-culture, our culture as we know it was done for convenience. And the truth is, people did not live very long that time. The life expectancy to start with, it was very short. And when the people that we run like came here, they introduced medicine. So which means now if I'm sick, I can get vaccinated, I can go to hospital, and I can be healed. And so as the culture was just done to preserve abantu. For example, if you had a wife and you died, your wife should get married to your brother. That was done in a purpose because people, most women, by the way, they died giving birth during that time. So it was very important for people to recreate when they can, so that inzalo yabantu will continue. And what most usubuka manje is that still useful? Do we still look at the current world population? It's a second thing also would manje, if your wife dies, so that they can have more kids. There's absolutely no need for that. And another thing which which Westerners, well, according to me, with some of the benefits, it's the rule of law. I really appreciate the rule of law. There's this African law that existed back then during Kagiso Shaka, which I hate. So this was the law. If a king dies, they will take two boys who have never engaged in sexual intercourse. They will kill them using hands to abanglalele inkosi. So a king could not be laid on the ground. I'm not sure if it's two or the number is more than two. So inkosi couldn't be buried on the ground. They had to put these people first. So inkosi zolala phezu kwabo. Now tell me if that is fair, why should I die for a king? Why should my son be killed so that a king could lay on top of him? How does that make any sense? Now, thank God with modernization, you cannot do that. Otherwise, you'll end up in prison. There are a lot of examples I can make, but I'm going to give Udin a chance. I'm avoiding with like dialogue or debates, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Yes. No, I totally hear you, and we don't want it to become a debate back and forth. Dean, please just hold your thoughts so long so that we give Makupe come through.
You. So, nah. I'm not going to stretch it.
Okay.
I want to make 2 points about what we are currently talking about, then go back to what we're actually talking about. One, wabona makgowa. They, like I've said this before, what drives black people and what drives white people and is not the same. Black people are more driven by spirituality. We are more driven by community. We are more driven by healing. White people are more driven by conquering and wealth and power. So that's number one. So the things that Kutlile Abuti are, they came here and accelerated what may have been, like accelerated our journey towards what we may have achieved. Abo?
Yeah.
Even in that acceleration, they don't deserve credit, because there's a comment that I made up here. Ba tsamaile ba borrowa the ideas and philosophies and all these things from other civilizations that they conquered. So if we are being honest, the only thing that white people created with all their heart, that's their brainchild, is the copyright. It's to take credit for other people's work and then go and go to an institution that they created and say that it's ours. And when you use it, you have to pay for it or you have to ask for permission for it, even though it belongs to you, right? So that's all I'm going to say on that, because yeah, we can go on and on and on. But let's bring ourselves back to the topic at hand.
Okay.
Before Udini comes on, because I know I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say. Makope, when she was speaking, she reminded me of something of which I think I forgot where I read it, but it said basically this person was criticizing. It was during the flooding in KZN. This writer was criticizing South Africans engineers in particular. He was saying that in South Africa we have a serious problem because our engineers have not proven themselves beyond what they've been taught. They said our engineers have not proven themselves beyond what they've been taught. Up until this day, it's almost like all they did was to go to school, cram the knowledge, and get into the job sector so that they can do exactly what they were taught. There's no reason why in 2024 we still do not have a car which is produced in our country. We still don't have a TV. Can you tell me such a simple thing such as a TV? It's very easy to create a TV. We still don't have that. We still don't have a cell phone. We still rely on the same people who are evil to
Abuti one, Ukari like one of the doses that Dean is talking about. Because I don't know which world you are living in where you think that it's easy for a black person to do that, and which world you are living in that you don't think that all these ideas are from the black mind in the first place. Like I'm saying, which actually further reinforces my point. These guys, our visitors, they are very good. And if I'm very sorry, or I'm actually very happy for you if you've never experienced it, even at a personal level, where you speak to your superior and you give them all these ideas, then they get credit for it. You have a degree, you've done all these things. What's happening in parliament? Okay, no, let me not stray. But no, like I personally don't accept that, and I won't accept it. And I wish that for you, like, find out if any random barking item, find out what its origins. I can guarantee you, if it's not of African origin, it's from the East. I can guarantee that.
Okay, I thought
some
we were
way,
speaking
in
of.
some way. And I can't. And another question that I may have for you, ke gore, so are you saying that now in 2024 all engineers are black? Is that what you're saying? So why aren't these ones that are in power, because we know that the people that are in power are not actually the black ones, but why don't they do something about the engineering problem?
Okay.
Like we're gonna this is going to go too far. Maybe that should be an own a topic on its own for another day, because
Possibly.
no, I do not. Now I don't accept that. Sorry.
Okay.
And there's no way you're going to convince me to accept that. Ke
All
kopa-
right.
ke
Okay, no,
kopa gore re
it's a.
boele ko
Makupe.
topic.
All right. Noted, Makupe. You can mute. One, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond, and then we go to Dean. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a group. I'm sorry, but you don't have to agree with me. These are just my point of view, and you are very much welcome to have different point of view from our me. But Mina, what I'm saying is, and I did mention this, and when I started speaking earlier on, we would say, this African victimhood really needs to stop. We cannot continue to see ourselves as victims for our entire existence. We have to start taking accountability at some point. And into would see stealing of ideas is not only exclusive to certain group, to certain race of people. I know black people who stole other black people's ideas. And to say, and another thing that you said, which is, objectable, is Africans, we are builders, the others are conquerors. It's not true. 100% not true. There are many African tribes who killed and conquered other African tribes. This is something that I usually also shy away from talking about. I would say,
Okay.
Tina, as Amangoni, how we ended up here. It's the truth of the matter. It's 100% true. Even the amahubo ingoma maculo those traditional songs that the amadoda our show our cula masakhele sibayeni. If you listen to them carefully, you understand, because actually we are not from here. We came from somewhere and we conquered the people who were here, and we continue to conquer and conquer and conquer. So it's like other people are others. We are the angels, and the devil came and they conquered us because that's what they do. Is totally objectable because we have done the same to others who are just like us. And often people say that it's Africans who sold Africans as slaves. As would say, but
All
I don't
right.
want to go that direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, One. Dean, I know you have probably 10 things you want to say, but continue.
I would like firstly to apologize to our forefathers. I would like to apologize to the people that actually did more work than the kids that June 16. I would like to apologize to the men and women that suffered and the kids that died, being invaded by people that were supposed to just pass by. 2 years back, by the way, my third mother, Ogamazulu, she's a chemical engineer by profession. She's at one point she was the only black person that used to sit at the board, the Asapref, which is the biggest uh, oil petrol refinery in KZN. And she's annoying because she would challenge us to study and learn, and it was the most annoying thing ever. I remember this one time she came back to the house very excited. She was very happy, and I was like, "Why? What's that? And it was like a study has been done about Christopher Columbus. I'm like, yeah. There are records of him being sent.
Okay. Are you back, Dean? All right. Think you might have received a call.
Can you hear me, my bud?
Yeah, back.
Sorry, it was just a notification of my battery. Sorry.
Okay.
I've made sure for this one, no one should disturb.
All right. There you come through. So, yeah. Hello, Sabrina. How are you? Much appreciated joining us.
Can you hear me, my
So
brother?
now I can hear you, Dean.
Yeah.
You
So
come
my
and
mother
go.
came back and she's excited. And I'm like, why are you so excited? And it's like,
Yeah.
they've just found out that Christopher Columbus was actually um, a thief. I'm
Okay.
like, what are you talking about? And like the country was so fed up on him that they put him on a boat and they just pushed it without paddles. It was pushed to sea with no fender, no propeller. It had pretty much nothing to stir. And I don't know if it was by God or by the devil himself. He landed in the shores of the Cape with a couple of other prisoners that were bebesehlule emhlabeni, you know. And it's unfortunate that a couple of centuries or a couple of years later, we are then bickering amongst ourselves about thieves that came to our own land, impacted us with their own information and their own problems. And now we are then fighting colonialism to the point where it has been so embedded to people that they see nothing wrong with it. You know, it's an insult to then say the oldest structures we can go to I'm talking about the Zulu kingdom has 7 kingdoms, palaces, if I may say. And 3 of those palaces are still standing from the time of the great King Cetshwayo Ndaba, the very first few kings within our lineage of kingships. They're still there. There are structures that you can point out. There's wood that you can touch that is century old. Um, Guys, we've never been shy when it comes to information as a black people. We've never been lacking when it comes to any creation that we needed for our times. We had what we had that was needed for us at that time. It was created. And for you to then say we were sick and the Western came with medicine. Up until today, there is no disease that is solved. It's only maintained by the Westerners for their own gain. So when um, my beautiful sister on top of me then says, the Westerners, they are here to conquer. The conquering system is them ruling whatever that they have created. They will create you to be humbled and depend on your painkillers because that's the only thing they want to give you. If they were so smart enough, they would then say we are ending these sicknesses, which they have failed, um, unfortunately. Number two, Kumina, I find it as a lack of self. Hence, I say, the more we do not look to ourselves, the more less to self we become. We become less interested in our own beings and our own understanding. I'm saying currently right now we have a situation of the boy in the Cape that created a machinery to create from salt water to pure water. He created a machinery that from the humidity of Table Mountain, they can create water. We have people that immediately when he introduced his ideas to a group of white men from EBSA and FNB, 2 months after that he committed suicide from a building that he was booked by those people. We have reasons where we have seen white people do the most darkest things to young creatives that were black. We have the wireless TV that works with nothing else but solar panels that is created in Zimbabwe by a black man, also found dead after he had introduced wanting to patent his idea. We have so many. We have the mother of KFC that we so embedded to this white old man, which was created in Kentucky by an old woman, which used to be a helper to this man, and stole the idea flat in front of everyone. They knew, the community knew they were getting KFC. But a white man that unfortunately owned her as a slave stole that idea. We have so many things that have been taken away from. The elevator is a black woman's creation, for goodness sake. And we're then going to belittle ourselves and call ourselves victims. We are victims of colonialism. We are victims of theft. We are victims of people that have taken our kindness and thought it was our weakness and used everything from us. For goodness sake, up until today, every black person thinks that our King Shaka was a black, dark, tall guy. If you listen to his praise, he will tell you he was a handsome, yellow bone guy. according to his praise, those people that were singing to them, they were seeing what they were seeing, and they would praise him and they would create hymns and songs. But based on the narrative that a white man has actually drawn down and sold to us, we know him to be this ruthless killer that is tall and black and dark, which is not facts. If we listen to our own history, if we listen to our own tales, and stop Googling information and seeking information that is written by the books. For goodness sake, a general within the White Army writes back to the Queen Elizabeth. He says, these people are grounded. There is no way that we can impregnate these people apart from us destroying their culture, because our culture was one thing that was making of who we are. These are letters that we can find if we go back to the history and the museums of the whites and the blacks. If we go between the wars that was there, we find white people complaining about how upright and how honorable we were. We are a civilization that comes from nakedness, which means in me seeing Mponyana naked, I did not see a person that was ready to be victimized. But based on the morals and the grounded that we were taught as men, I would see a sister. But it is only now that we believe in us being entitled, things that we are not of. It is only now that we believe in us being prideful, things that we were not. And it is us in losing ourselves that even our morals, for peace sake, are gone. I'm saying if we come from a civilization where only men used to hide their private parts because it was hanging, not for any other reason, only men would hide their private part. It shows you the kind of morals of people that we were at one point. It shows you the benefits of us without being contaminated by the whites. And for us to keep on calling them our visitors is even insulting. It, for goodness sake, I wish to then say, KG, I pray every day when I walk out of my door. I pray for a Karen. I pray, I promise you, this is a personal prayer that I have. I pray every day that I meet a Karen, and on that day, they just play on my mood. Because it is us not making these statements of us being bold in ourselves. We have lost a big part of us. I don't know in what way did they impact us positively, as people would say, but I see only the negative. I see only destruction that was created thereafter. We have become slaves of this hurt because we have not healed from it. For goodness sake, the recent most thing, apartheid has never been apologized for. We shake hands because we're doing deals and businesses with these people because they own most of the land, they own most of the systems, they own most of the structures. To create a bank right now, you need to have at least 100 million rand just on insurance only. But you also then have to partake on their requirements that they have created for themselves, not for any other person. It is so sad that even DJ Smooth said it, that even with the amount of black billionaires that are currently here, even if we had to agree and touch and agree on each other, we do not have the evaluation amount of money that these people have in our own land. And we see positive in that. I'm still here to say, show me the evidence, I'll believe unto it. But for now, if the only great inventions that white people have given to black people are stolen from black people, those people have not created anything. I rest my case.
Right, thank you, Abututi. And I just want to remind everyone here, because I know the people who are in the panel know this very well. The passion that is being displayed is in no way an attack to anyone. We are having discussions and they do bring out something in us, but in whichever way we always do, we make sure it's respectful and it's in no way intended to confront anyone, but more to confront the discussion at hand. Just a reminder, we usually close at 12:30. I might take it to 1. I might. And for now, let me give Abuti 1. Wait, before I give Abuti 1, oh no, let me give Abuti 1. Then I have something that I want to just say before then we give Leroy and Makupe an opportunity, right? Dean, I think Leroy had left a question. If you can scroll a bit up there, you will see his question and maybe we might just answer him on the comments. Abu Duan, come through.
Can you give me a minute? I'm still busy with something.
Not a problem. So let
Can I
me,
can I
yeah,
can I answer Leroy?
sure.
Leroy is my brother. You know that brother that just got dumped, and you have to say no, it was her, not you. Leroy is that brother of mine. I love him to bits. Leroy, you have to understand the only way the system is so corrupted. But right now, for me as a successful black man, for me to own a bank, one, I would have to have funds that are ridiculous in the mindset. Number two, I would then have to have insurance, which is done by the whites, regulated by the whites. After then, I would then have to have them oversee my company for the next 5 years to make sure that every target that they have stipulated when those stipulations were created was to make sure that we do not allow anyone to sit on this table that is not invited off this table. Not that alone. Then we fall into what we call patenting of ideas. If you go as far back, if you are not allowed to own land, imagine if you can own an idea. The creation of the light bulb, it's a black creation, but it goes so far back that we're talking about times where slaves were still a topic. As much as it would be pointless for me to create a light bulb if already there's someone saying I've created it first, it can't then go hand to hand. That's the reason why we can't create as black people. Because the people that are regulating the creative door, they are the ones choosing who comes in this door and who doesn't. And if it happens that you do come in, guys, let's look at the most recent example. The example here called Black, a black man's creation within an industry of white successful people. Up until today, I'm talking about it's a good 6 or 10 years case that this guy has been fighting for. His own creation. The law of the land right now that we call the best, apparently, because inkosi ayisandlalelwa. Unfortunately, one inkosi nanaw isandlalelwa. It's culture that will never change leyo. That's why inkosi siyifihle ebusuku not phambi kwabantu. So it is the regulators that are regulating the creative door itself that chooses who comes in and who comes out. That's why it's not that we can't create. We do create. Our creations are stolen. Our ideas are stolen. I'm not talking about past. I'm talking about the recent one. Look at the Vodacom battle that a black man is currently fighting a white establishment over a creation of callback. The idea of that. Then it should tell you what kind of system we live under.
Right. Oh, already one.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I don't want to go back and forth because certain things that are said are true, but others are a misrepresentation of the truth.
Okay.
Especially the last one. I mean, Vodacom has never denied the fact that Ukol Becky was introduced by the guy, but the only misunderstanding we could see how much is the value of a callback. That's what they are arguing about. I would see who created a callback. Yeah, it's isn't good in Aishelo. Yeah, they are true. You know what? It's just that I just don't want to argue them one by one, one by one, one
I
by one,
understand.
because I
Yes. And I
might
won't
sound
allow you
as if
to.
I'm
But
undermining
yeah.
his point of view. However, I might sound
Yeah.
as if I'm undermining his point of view. I respect his point of view, and certainly I agree with most of the things he said. But we all have our own point of view. It's okay.
Mm, mm, mm. Um, you know, can I say this before you come in, Makupe? Standing from outside and observing the conversation, there are perspectives that have been brought, and in their own degrees, they have validity. Which side of the fence they fall in can always be debated. However, I am seeing, just trying to sum up a couple of things that documented. It is clear that when we look at the history of the Greek and the Romans, and how what the Greeks were known of, what the Romans were known of, then the Romans coming in and doing the Greeks dirty, and then taking all that was documented by the Greeks and weaponize it, to then be able to conquer uh, nations. And as Makupe has rightfully said, they come in and take whichever nation they come across. They take whatever the ideas to further their agenda, and they destroy whatever remains that are there, so that the generation forward cannot have that library of knowledge. And obviously then, as part of the deal, is to then remove and strip them of that knowledge, that culture, and introduce their own, so that it can continue and whatnot. And that's what brings the success of the whole notion. And then we know how the Romans began to, or how the Roman Empire in itself began to fall. It just crippled within itself. And then we just see how the whole thing just keeps on going. The issue of where the information is coming from, who is the originator, and all of that, we will always debate. And the other part is, I think, this is just summing it up, I think every nation and every people has what is unique to them. And when they embrace it, stand by it, and not be swayed by other things, I think nations by themselves will thrive. I don't think as Africans, the way of the West or the East would serve us. I think how we lived and how we would have advanced within our living, and tracing back to the civilizations that one spoke about, there is a way that we ought to have lived, or we lived, and what was our superpower in our connection to the divine. The Asians have their own way. I don't know if I can even put America in this, but the West has their own way. And even the ones who have come and colonized most nations, they have their own way. And their own way has been very clear to still take whatever that they still advanced it further, present it as their own, and just, recycle the whole thing. But I think in us receiving what, for example, what you're speaking about in terms of the benefits that you are seeing in what they brought, I think for me, and perhaps joining in with the points that Makupe and Dean were bringing, is that it was basically giving in one hand and taking with the other. And I don't think therefore that would have been worth that exchange. And by nature of who we are and how we did things, it's it's not, I don't think what we've lost is worth whatever that we have gained. in as much as it might be comfortable, it might be whatever it is. Yes, we may not even go as far as saying, Hore, you know, writing back to what we had and what would have been, whether, you know, we would have, I think we would have still been content as we are in some of the things that we know within ourselves, within our culture, things that we're able to access and everything else. And I think we spoke about this, I believe it was when part one of this conversation, to say some things, even though I disagreed now, I'm speaking about it. Some things, you know, remaining secret is the one way we can try and preserve that which we have, you know. I'm triggered already when I'm but it's fine. So I'm seeing a situation where then sharp we can look at the modernization and the westernization, and the borrowing that we can do from other nations. But I think whatever we borrow, whatever it's enforced upon us, whatever we take, we should then introspect and say, will it make us lose that which we know, that which we had, right? Yes, the advancement perhaps and the understanding of chemistry and being able to separate elements might have been maybe a good way to come at things, but how we also healed was also sufficient for us, you know. That's just my opinion at this point in time. I will give one, then I will give Muzi so that he can come in, even though he came in a bit late. But I'm sure he gathered a little bit of what we have. Makupe, yes, yes. Okay, fine. We will go according from the bottom up. It's fine. Come through one.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to have conversation with people who have opposing views because you get to learn a lot.
Definitely.
Just reminded of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah. That's what I've seen here today, where people, you know enough to think that you know, but you don't know enough to know that you don't know. That's one of the things of weakness in this conversation. I just want to re-put my position so that I'm not misunderstood.
Sure.
And I think I did make it clear that there certainly are negative effects of Western modernization. They are negative effects. It's not perfect. I even made an example with the issue of the practitioner, that you can have a bad nurse or a bad doctor, but it doesn't mean that the entire medicine as a whole is bad.
Yeah.
So there are negative effects, and there is an amount of us as a people that have been lost due to Western civilization. However, my conclusion was, when you take all that is available, we can speculate and wish and say we could have, we would have, we should have, but truth of the matter is it didn't happen up until that point, and we don't know exactly how long was it going to take for it to progress to a certain direction. So when you take, this is how I reached my conclusion. I took information that is available to us as part of our history, and I weighed it hand to hand. And by the way, I did make it clear that I'm only speaking in the Southern African context.
Sure.
That's where I thought this conversation was based. We can speak about Egypt, I also have my reservation on Egypt. We know for a fact that the current Egyptians are not the indigenous people of Egypt, but other people lived there before them. But it's a long history. Don't want to go there.
Sure.
So when we take what is available to us, the history of what is available, how people used to live during the time, and where we are right now, in my conclusion is that when you compare these two, modernization has a net benefit. Not to say that culture and the way of the past is not important. By the way, in my view, 50% of the practice of the things that were done back then are now useless. It's not useful for our day and time. So I just don't want to be misquoted as if to say westernization is the best thing since sliced bread, and there's no negative effects of it. Yes, there are negative effects, but when
Yeah.
compared to positive, if you are a fair person, I think you'll have to agree with me. And I'm sorry on this one, even the numbers, scientific numbers, they do agree with me. If you look at the life expectancy, you look at just basic human indicators. Now we have surplus of food, etc., etc. That's why people are obese. It's because now we have an oversurplus of food. That's why some people are dying early. It's because we eat the wrong things, etc., etc. Whose
Sure.
science? Whose science? Well, science. It's science. It's anything could be science. Accounting is science. Technology is science. History can be classified as science. Anything is science. Science is basically looking at the available information and analyzing it. As soon as you have information, you analyze it, that qualify as science. Then we have different categories under science.
Yeah. I would like to challenge you one, and it's also equally a challenge for me. That I think, having done the history, or the research rather, that you have done on the history and comparing, we don't know obviously the extent at which you have gone, but nonetheless, I think what maybe we can do, you and I, for ourselves, would be to evaluate, if we can, that the things that the way in which we lived, as Africans, and what we may have lost, in what we knew before the whole westernization and all of that, interrogate the positives that are there and the weight of having lost them. And this, I'm saying it thinking back to say, life was there prior to the colonizer. The way we lived and the things we did and everything else was there. And I believe there was also advancement in those things. And I believe it served us the best way we know how, and the knowledge thereof. Because sometimes, even depriving yourself or not touching certain knowledge or advancement, not even knowledge, certain advancement, it is for a situation where we now just use, or medicine is now just used to, what's the word that Dean used? To just, prolong things or keep things as it is not necessarily to heal, because it works with the machine of making money. So perhaps not going in that direction was to avoid what we are now experiencing now. And maybe when we look deeper into those things, we begin to see, and I'll make an example in terms of how, when parents say, don't do this, in as much as they don't share why, there may be a view of that. And like you're saying, definitely, I like even the thing I forgot to say, the problem of the practitioner, to say Kuchi Sharp, the one who has now brought us, or has revealed the thing, how they do it and how they go about it may and will tint the way we see the whole thing going forward. But perhaps if we then look at it in the lens of our people, you and I might learn some things, to be like, yes, we can have cement, we can build stronger structures now, but to what loss? That's just my challenge between you and I. Makupe and Leroy. Can I give Leroy, then Makupe, and then we move up? Tla Leroy.
I'm phone.
Okay, akafuni. Tla Makupe he.
Hey, no, he can go.
Zagalali.
Hey guys, you know what, nah? You wanna choose peace and then
Repeat, please, Leroy. I can't hear you properly.
you wanna choose peace and then but it's fine though, it's chilled. So for me, what, like like modernization, black people, white people, this, that, here, the economy, the system. So now, so here's my question now, guys. Now, oh yeah, barking, and by the way, uh, Argument. One, thank you very much, man. Me, I really agree with him actually. Whatever he said, and I like particularly more the victimization part of it. Nah. So me listening to actually you guys here, and then like something isn't like really clicked nah, more my head. Because you know okay, like let's say the 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 colonizers actually they really knew as in like knew exactly what they were doing actually because they messed up the black brain to be okay dependent more than systems actually in a hyper like to actually make them believe that they can't reach where they are actually because now no, you must go through this system where it's a bank, this and that, this and that, this and that. So now I'm like, guys, like, okay, since now we know history, like how as in like they did things and how they did that, that, why can't black people now do the same thing? Now we are woke now, right? So now they did this, they colonized like this, they did that, and like they created banks and this and that. So now, like, they can be their own circle who actually did this and this and that. Why can't black people actually now like do that for themselves now? The Chinese did it, the Jews did it, the Indians did it, but now it's barking kind of like this is my personal observation like the black person particularly ne, most black people have been brainwashed on dependence because now most woke people now they'll tell you about apartheid slavery is like that's so bad in Mare. Bon, 9 o'clock vroeg. Go those very same companies where they say white people this, black people that in. So I'm like, guys, no man. Something needs to change there actually, guys. You see, like one said actually, like let's just stop like what's the uh victimizing or no like what people are doing this and doing that. No, we are not like working on hey equal rights and whatever, dude. You see okay they are doing this like this bitsa dini bitsa kg bitsa one horek se gens born man it's again like plan you and I so njele rona like let's just do this and this and this and this then we can do this simple as that actually. But then now because of most black people they've been brainwashed on dependent there are no jobs now. Oh sorry, there are no jobs in. Guys, look at a prime example right now. Muntlung Yenuyan, Dean. Dino bono rawa. Ona tsa hore he span go romela di CV awa ke shetela. Bona club. He created so many jobs. Mare, most people they are just loud, but anyway, I knew.
All right. Thank you, Abutuddin. Sorry, Abuti Leroy. My apologies. Makupe, Sabrina on a battery. Kupa mo fa chance ya arabe Leroy before battery issue. Please. Sabrina. 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 Sabrina, unmute. Sabrina, ke tlo khaola. Sabrina. Going once, going twice. Okay, so it's because I muted you. I'm gonna remove you, request again, and come back. All right. So let's do this. Then I'm gonna send you another invite quickly. Come in and speak. Oh, sister boss, what figure? What's it? I'm a Rosa, I'm a heart. Sabrina.
Thank you, Askizi. I'm also trying
Acha.
to use the screen, but it was saying no.
Okay,
So,
no
okay,
worries. Come through.
I'm hearing what Leroy is saying by all means, Nam. But here's the reality. How we are what
Sabrina, we can't hear you. Sabrina. Sabrina. Is it just me or we can't hear Sabrina? Okay. Right, so we can't. Okay. Coupe, come through, mama.
Yo.
Batho ba ha ha ba batle bo Sabrina ba bua na.
Yo. Careful. Yeah, no, because I was like up there, and then all of a sudden my Wi-Fi was like, nope. And as a rain, fiber, so it's very rare. So
Yes, thank you.
no, I'm not making jabs at Leroy. Kadlala Leroy. So
And that's okay,
Yes.
don't worry.
I'm gonna try to respond to what Leroy is saying. The comparison to Jews and Chinese people and yeah, guys, I think there's a time where I made, and I think we were talking about this modernization and westernization. Yes, and Jewish people like to use this argument as well. Oh, also we were oppressed and. But what I've noticed is the fundamental difference between us and Jews is that I said this before. When you speak of a Jewish person, and a little Leroy, I've had this conversation with him, so I don't know why. If if you speak to a Jewish person or you think of a Jewish person, it is their race, it is their culture, it is their religion. That when you are a Jewish person, you are one thing. And what has that created? It has created when a Jewish man speaks to another Jewish man, he sees himself. It's easy for him, and then they can create a community together. They can give each other opportunities. They can do all, it's not an excuse, it's the truth. So as Black people, on this live, I'm not going to go all over South Africa. On this live, I'm a Black woman who believes in Badimu, who is, who speaks English more than she does Sepedi, things like that. The Black woman next to me is a staunch Mzalwane who doesn't even identify le Badimu. In fact, Badimu bana le bo satane nyana ka mogare. There's another Black person who believes in both. There's another Black person who doesn't believe in anything at all. So when we as Black people see each other, what it has created, when I see Ausimponyana, I don't see myself. Because now we are caught in our differences. So nearly on tabaya divide and conquer. And they've, guys, I hats off to them. Obana mo South Africa by Shapil and Tabon. The architect of apartheid knew what he was doing. To the point that he was saying, it will take 300 years after liberation for the effects of apartheid to last. We are how many years in now? And I'm pretty convinced that this that we are doing is part of that 300-year journey where we are sitting here speaking semantics. Oh, but we are victims. Why are you victimizing yourself? Oh, white people did a great thing and came here. But civilization. Like, what's going on? So I think that maybe we are playing into that whole thing. We are 30 years in 92. How many years ago? About KG 94.
94.
Yeah.
30, I think.
30 years ago. So we are 30 years into a 300-year journey. Like, do you understand? So I think that these conversations are great. And I've said this before, these conversations are great, but we are fighting semantics. We are going to leave here with no real solutions. We will be here, me against one, against Leroy, against who. We won't leave with real solutions here. We're going to create a part 3 and fight about something else. We're going to use all these big words and talk about how, this and that, civilization did that, but we're not going to have real solutions, right? And then another thing that I wanted to say, ke gore taba e ya Vodacom, where Bonginkosi and One were talking about how, no, guys, it's not that they don't want to give him his money. It's just that they're talking about the value. That's their modus operandi. They will keep moving the goalpost. Yes, when they see, no, now we can't not give credit to him, but now it's time for us to pay him. So let's move that goalpost. Let's do this. Let's say this. And they will convince you 100% that what they're doing is right. Same thing that happened ka Ntoya Khos, the guy, the racist guy in parliament. To the point that Karen Zilla Mol, Mrs. Karen, was saying, no, the video was not authentic. They keep moving the goalpost. And in Rona, what will we be doing? We will be talking about it. Ringangisa nakayona. No real solutions, no real action. That's how you submit people. And obviously, the face of slavery has changed. It's not going to be the same. And that's where we are now currently. We have a voice, we can speak, we can have opinions, but to a point. So this fairy tale, we're going to create our own banks, and that's a fairy tale. If you hear what we are saying, then you'll know we're not being victims, it's a fact.
Okay. Thank you. I was looking forward to the person who just dropped now. I don't see them anymore, but hopefully they'll come back. Sabrina, and then we go. Yeah, let's go.
Hello, Askisitle. Makupe, what you just said is literally how I view things, ne? But with the comparison that we were handed, I'll give you something. Once you are a nation and you identify one another as a nation and you sing Kumbaya, anything that gets thrown to you becomes null and void. The one thing about us as Africans or blacks, ne, is that we were given the design of submission and curiosity. Now that can contribute either to build or destroy, or it can actually contribute towards destroying what shouldn't affect us and build us to be stronger. So what I was saying is that Rona problem Arona is we were divided through tribalism. I'll give you an example. Motho mongwe o tlo ra re, hey, Batswana ba tena, but then we are one. You will not hear the colonizers saying, oh, my Dutch are there, my Netherlands. They don't speak that way of one another. They can't. The fear of one of them being identified as a loser, a failure, or a moto oswak, they take it personally. We don't. Rona re bobheka indaba zakho. Bheka ukuthi wena ungachunani ukuthi izinto zipope. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and up until we identify how we can conquer amongst ourselves without dragging one another down. And understanding concept ya hore motho ke motho ka batho means that we can build, we can conquer, we can eliminate as one, then we will be fine. But because of what we are saying is dependencies, actually fear. The design of fear when it comes to us is they know what they have. Present to them, right? Present to them what they are not familiar with, but entice them by putting it where they are. Once it is within that area, you will see who will be smart enough, who is woke enough, whose conscious is available for them to tap into it. That is how then it filters down to the bottom. That is how we lost our tradition, because things became easier when it was identified as a one for all for one, but that was not the reality. We've always had the power to question, but the fear of the unknown led us to saying, but we wouldn't know how to handle it moving forward. Yet it was designed for us. If you look at the design, apartheid, I've sat down and I analyzed it. It was, we need these people to build and grow. If we are going to modernize things, we still need them. How do we do that? We make them believe from a hut, which is what we identified in history as a house. We then build compartments of what goes on in that household. How do you then get that? You start chilling with them. You start asking them, so when you are in that hut, Lily 16, what takes place? When we speak of the warmth, many would speak about the history of poverty, but Swadi Barona have been through that, whereby 15 people lived under a 4-room house. They survived, they grew. But once they got out of that, then came the identity of ke betere because now ke khona ho reka 4-room yaka and stick with my children. Whereas the essence of that is, if you're capable of that, let it multiply. We have multiplied in population. We know that for a fact. Everywhere you go, identify black, most of that particular country or land has more of us. So why is it that we are being ignorant in identifying that there is more of us, meaning that the power or constitution of conquering, expanding what is good is there, but the fear of the unknown is what was designed to hold us back. Re inyatsa, because are capable. That's what we were introduced. You are not capable of 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why the designs of what Dean has said, you might be identified as a helper in that house, but we are meant to come up with solutions. And whenever we speak of those solutions, and then those that are in power or have resources to expand that end up winning, it will always be hard to come up with something, because the fear of the unknown is us turning around. We are not trying to rebrand or recreate our tribes. Once you have a movement of people that, because that's what they do, they have movements. But you know what they do in their movements? They can identify, ke rata hore SWOT analysis ya nyatsiwa, they identify the strength of what that movement has. The weakness of where it's moving may harm them, but the opportunity of the direction and the threats are taken care of. But when they do that, it is all for one and one for all. Rona, we fail in that because of the one thing that they conquered us through. It is tribalization. And before time, that means my origins run from Lesotho, right? And then when we conquered through movement together. That's why in the Zulu realm, what Mzilikazi did to move up was to say, Ibuto, Ibuto. I know what my people can do. We can overcome to expand the land, but we are going to do it far away from home, because we have identified that at home there is what? There is commotion. But we don't want to lose ourselves in our movement. We will move in lands whereby we are needed, because where we will land, it is our people. Right? And where there is our people and there's a need for our strength, that is when we are building a tribe. And what that tribe does is, if we happen to move back home, we are filtering down what we have learned, what we have adapted, and then we are expanding the land with more people by multiplying. That means renality resources ho tlo ba le bomme that will be able to take care of the children. That is where the warmth of us when we leave our homes and go to war. And that was turned around by what? Gauteng Maboneng, where the gold is where they will go. It was all designed proper, just so that we can be cornered. And then when we failed, we pointed fingers at one another, and it was not necessary. We had to figure it out together.
You're
My
muted.
bad, my bad. Sorry. I was saying to Sabrina, thank you. Your battery can die now. It's all right. We appreciate we have won what we needed to do. But stay there on the panel. I believe there are a couple of questions. Can I please allow Abuti Stephen has been hanging there for a while. So come through, Abuti Stephen.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you, sir?
Afternoon.
How are you,
You
sir?
know, I'm well. You know, I was just
Continue.
disturbed about the issue and listening to the previous speakers. They're not debating what is the real issue.
Okay.
They're debating the symptoms. The tangible issue before us is modernization
It's what?
and westernization. So we are not
Okay.
asking about the impact the modernization and the westernization is doing to us. We are saying, where is the problem? So we must identify where is the problem and come up with a solution, but not to quote what already is a problem to us, because we already know what's the problem. But you cannot solve the problem without identifying where is the problem. You must first find where is the problem, because already we know what is the problem, but we must locate that thing so that we can come with a good measures in solving the very same problem. But my brother, modernization, westernization, at the bottom of it is it's politics. A political system that was installed in Africa is the one that promoting these things.
Okay.
Because currently now, all my sisters and my brother now, they are so happy to talk English with their children. And then they even promote that by bringing it into TikTok as if talking English is a great thing. You are the most educated person. This person is a measurement of being a person being clever. So this is the impact of modernization. It is not reality that when you are speaking English with your child is clever. But this is how Black people identify themselves and locate cleverness and identify and locate intelligence. So there was one time I was fighting with another sister here on TikTok where she did a video and then she was talking to her children about our about our Africanism, and she was engaging with her children about using English. And then my understanding was, if these children can speak English, so this children is intelligent. This is how it is. Graduating it in university doesn't mean you are intelligent, my brother. You are just being installed into a system that is creating problems in Africa. Educational syllabus. What is Madam Queen so important so that I can learn about her? Is she important to me? The educational syllabus at the bottom of this issue is politics. We have a political system that is creating problem for us. So how do we remove that political system so that we can enjoy this thing? My sister is very proud to say she's a Lekuluko, she's from Lesotho. But wearing those Lesotho blanket currently now is no longer relevant, because we have been selected and they're given us a date when we should wear these things. So westernization and modernization is no longer a problem. The problem is Black leaders who are installed, who are being trained by this white supremacists to come and conquer us. There is a problem. A person who comes and said, I graduated with master, with this and this, that doesn't, at the end of the day, it's irrelevant, because a minister can become a minister without education. And being a minister or being a leader, you don't require education. So I'm saying to you, my brother, in order for us to allocate how we can deal with this modernization and westernization, we must first deal with a political system that is there making decisions for all of us. In Africa, in the whole entire world, if you want to conquer the whole world, you must be in charge of politics. The politics is the where power shape, where power is being addressed. This thing of Bible, we all know how Bible came to Africa, and we all know that Bible was sometimes used to oppress us. But the very same Bible, when the state president is being presented to us, the pastors are there, advocating the very same thing that was enslaving black people in the democratical parliament is being addressed. So these issues, my brother, if we are not going to look how political system is being addressed and how these people are operating, we are not going to get the solution to this problem. Lastly, I want to give you a very cheap example. Someone asked, why is African belief not being given a platform in a position of power? And then the response was, we invited them, but they never come. So currently, if you are going to give me an answer, say no, I did invite these people, but they never pitch. So I'm going to doubt whether did you invite them, or there was challenges, or someone instructed you not to invite them. So I'm saying to you, my brother, if we want to win this war, we must first deal with a political system that is in charge of our lives, that is in charge of our children, that decide who is clever, who is not clever, that decide who's. Look at the guy footwear trip. He's failing to pay a rent, and it's not because of it's not being supported. It's being supported, but it's a subject of poverty. It's a subject of politics that when one wants to use, he will go to and use him. I'm saying the political system is a problem, because we already know that the symptoms, we already know the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abuja Steve. Can I maybe put you a bit on the spotlight? How, if any ideas that you have, how would we then begin to, I don't know, break this political structure or political whatever that is a problem in your perspective? One or two, it's still fine. Abuti Stephen? Abuti Stephen, you are still mute.
Saying I've never heard you correctly. Just repeat.
Sorry?
Repeat.
Yeah.
Must I repeat?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I'm saying, based on your perspective and having identified the political system, whether it's a structure, the whole system in itself, and how it is impacting us, how can we go about maybe trying to come against this political system, and what will then be a replacement going forward? Maybe some of the thoughts that you have in light of that. Would you, Stephen?
Yeah. You know, let me take you back.
You are very far. I don't know what happened. I think you are very far from the mic. We can't hear you well.
No,
Now-
yeah, maybe it's my
Yes.
maybe it's my network. You know, my brother, let me take you back, century back. We used to be under traditional leadership, and you will never hear anyone coming say, I've got this and this and this and this, I deserve to be listened to. We all knew, no, we will listen to this chief, whether you like it or you don't like it. So even today, some places that thing is still happening. So I'm saying to you, the political corrupting as a system that was installed in our brain, that is conquering our brain, is the one that is challenging us not to find a solution. So if you want to get a solution, number one, you mustn't allow anything that is going to influence you, Makoya. You must not, let me repeat this, you must never allow anything that is going to influence you, Makoya, not to accept individual into this platform. And if you are going to be influenced not to accept individual requesting into this platform, you must know that now you are no longer doing the mandate of whatever you have established and whatever you wanted to establish. So I'm saying we knew, we had a plan, we had this thing a century back. We knew how we black people live, and we knew how we follow our rules. We used to do that. It's not problem with it. It is just that this westernization and modernization that is being promoted by political platform. So I'm saying, my brother, in the comment, someone saying education is not important. Education is important. According to the syllabus that was brought to you, it is important. But I'm saying those traditional leaders controlled and ruled us without education. Even today, political affiliation, those leaders, they don't have education. How can that be important if those people used to rule us before without education? So this education is just giving you a platform to get a pay slip and be in the debt of owing people.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abuti Stevie. Bonginkosi, Makupe, and Dean. 50 likes,
Hi
Nyana,
guys.
guys.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good. Abuti Steven. Okay, cool. Bonginkosi come through. Guys,
Hi.
28,000. Angazi, are you guys saying this is worth this conversation?
Mpo's talking about likes because he wants you to close the comments. He mustn't.
No, but are we saying this conversation is not worth 50K? Is that also what we say by not reaching 50K? Come through, Bongi.
Hi, how are you, KG? How are you,
I'm
family?
exhausted, say yourself.
I think I can say the same.
Yeah.
I'm also exhausted. But, you know, when I got in the call, I initially wanted to clarify something with Makupe, but I also had some interesting things that were said. So I just want to add on those two.
Sure.
On those as well. So I'm just gonna go
Ngitse
back to
angifuni. Ngitse ngiyabonga. I don't need clarity. Thanks.
Okay, let me clarify for the house.
Sure, please.
So me and Juan, when we spoke about the fact that the Vodacom guy, the issue is not the fact that he owns, they know that he produced the thing, right? But the issue lies with the valuation because he doesn't want to be paid the value of the intellectual property, but rather the revenue that was generated from using the intellectual property, because then that's worth more than the value of the intellectual property itself. So that's the whole issue now. So Vodacom doesn't want to pay him that revenue that was generated because that's billions of rands. They don't want to pay him that. So that's what we were saying. And I mean, it's an issue of like IFRS, right? It's basically an issue of understanding IFRS to see how the thing was and how the thing was structured. But just to go back to again, I'm a point sure who put, was it Stephen? Yeah, I'm a point sure who put Stephen. Most of them I actually agree with. I'm a point I was sure, but I completely feel like there's ningi abantu abazikhulumayo. I don't know whether I'm saying this because I'm an educated person or what. A lot of people say education is pointless. We don't need educated leaders. We don't need people to be educated to be leaders. But sometimes I beg to differ because I look at the state of things and how things are conducted, right? And it comes back to say, though those are the mere reasons of people not even understanding basic concepts. I mean, if you're going to have someone who is a minister of finance who doesn't have a background in economics, in financial reporting, in audit, then what's the point? What's the point? Do we just want a leader or someone with a specialty in that particular department? I think the reason why things are failing the way that they're failing is because they put people with no expertise, but rather people who we want to lead us, right? It doesn't make sense for me for the minister of health to be just Ubonkosi from who was born in Tembisa, grew up in Tembisa, went into the struggle, Nantonton, without any medical background. How are you going to ensure that the policies that are there for the medical Ntondoni are actually the correct? How are you going to make sure ukuthi izinto ezenziwayo is correct if you don't even know ukuthi kwenzakalani lapho kuleyo nto leyo? So I think as far as the ministers are concerned, we need educated people for those, not necessarily educated, but people with expertise on those particular departments. Then he spoke about how we were led by Amakosi Nantontoni before, and it was Amakosi's say, Uguti, inteso, right? I personally, I don't like that system. It doesn't give people free will. It's basically a dictatorship state. Um, uh, if you look at countries like Swaziland, they are still ruled under reign King Mswati, right? And look at the state of the country. Look at the state of people's livelihood. Like, look at how people live. It seems to me that the only thing that's there is to just plow money into a kingdom, but it doesn't do anything for abantu. It doesn't do anything for ukulungiswa kwabantu ney'mpilo nokuthuthukisa iy'mpilo zabantu. What's important to me is ukuthuthukisa kwey'mpilo zabantu, not ukuthi ubani oyi-leader and ubani osiphethe. That to me is actually irrelevant. So yeah, and lastly, just to look at Sabrina izinto azishilo. She spoke much about the fact yokuthi the apartheid system or the colonial Ndondon was not even about the fact yokuthi abantu abamnyama ngeke bachamele la kulama toilet la kungena belungu kuphela. You can't go to this restaurant. You can't. It was more of mental slavery, because I think the engineers of the apartheid knew ukuthi at some point it will come to an end, but they needed to come with something that's gonna last a lifetime, and that was through introduction of izinto such as a homestead, where they separated people according to their own tribes, making sure that the black people don't asizwani nje, asizwani, we can't support each other, and we also, we have this victim mentality, and we see ourselves as unworthy to create, as unable to achieve. That was their biggest thing. Because if you tell yourself, "But you know what, I can't do one, two, three," obviously you can't get into a position where you can do one, two, three, because you've already told yourself, "But I can't. Only the whites can do one, two, three." So that was their biggest thing. They wanted to create a system that undermines our thinking capacity, that undermines the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we see ourselves, the way that we communicate as abantu abamnyama, and the way that we form our relationships as abantu abamnyama. Okay, kulungile, bye.
Ke kopa go araba pila, please. Fast.
I refuse.
Go neng on refuser.
Dango.
I'm not
Jumper.
refusing
But
you.
jumper.
I'm not refusing you. I'm refusing all of you because right now, I'm exhausted. Yo,
Oscar exhaust a little.
Oh, limfedite.
Ke kopa just one,
It's not happening.
Two sentences. Please. Ke
So,
kopa go cho
this is
something.
what's gonna happen. Nah, this is what's gonna happen. This,
Yeah.
yanong bialong ki dirisa powers at B. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to
I'm at the
happen
bottom.
of the food chain. So, this is what's
So
gonna
you
happen.
must start with me.
No, scala lapa at top. So this is what's gonna happen. We are going to wrap up because this conversation will continue and it can continue. And I think I'm gonna ask all of you, right? Out of all these points and things that we have discussed or we want to discuss, some replies that we want to, reply to. I want you guys to turn them into topics. And I feel at least that way we can eat chunks and chunks day by day. And, we can get to a point where I don't know if we will all be satisfied, but let's do that. I think that will be very productive for us. So, because right now we are bringing bombs and it's very clear we can't all respond to everything because there's a lot of things that just comes. So, Leroy, can I ask you please screenshot everyone, write a topic on the comment section there in what you think your point can address, and then we just screenshots, and that's what we're gonna bring up, right? I'm gonna give Leroy an opportunity as my rather send DMs. I don't trust people to send DMs. Let them do it here. What do you think? Unmute Leroy.
So Malila.
Warren.
No, so it's yeah, gape ke shebile le nna gore go nna busy nyana je mo go nna cuz go na le dikolonyana tse di tlantse bye. So rather maybe as in like DMs actually, please guys. Please.
Okay. Send a DM. I'll take screenshots. Or Makupe, take
Yeah.
screenshots. Mpongana, take screenshots and send them to me if you don't mind, please. So Ronald glass ceiling.
Okay.
We will talk about that. We have psychological and spiritual effects of westernization, Zwezo, and nepotism, Zwezo. Okay, great.
Nepotism is you making Leroy talk. It's not a topic.
No, it's because he is my colleague.
100%.
No.
100%.
The hats. Ke tla le mute kaofela, ke tla le mute kaofela. It's not nepotism, it's because he's part of the team and I need to give him that based on that hat alone. So that is it. We were just doing housekeeping things. So
these are the systems
you
we are
create your
talking
own
about.
systems. I didn't know.
These are the systems we are talking about.
Exactly. You create your own
let's go.
To oppress people.
Okay, so why Mpo is a great husband, that's a great topic. Only your wife can tell us, but it's fine. So now, Mpo, please come through, Mama. You came and went and came back again and went and never got your opportunity, and it's by that reason I'm giving you this opportunity. Come through, Popo.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Mama.
Hello.
Today, hona lentlhakatlhakantshitse tlhogo. I won't even take 5 minutes. Makupe mentioned something so important and key to say that our oppressors, like we call them, they keep on moving the goalposts. Clear example, and this is to answer Leroy saying, why do we have this victim mentality? This is what happens, right? They first said that in order for us to get jobs, you need to have matric. Black kids went to school, obtained that matric certificate, and then they started applying for jobs. And they're like, okay, no, we need something else. get a degree, get a diploma. Sure, black kids went and furthered their studies, got those degrees and diplomas. But no, it's not going to work. Now we want experience. Have experience. Remember, you're just an undergraduate. You just came out of university. You're just fresh out of university. And they say you need to have at least 2 to 3 years experience to obtain this particular job. Some people go to school and then part-time they go and do vocational training and they do their volunteering to gain this particular experience they're talking about, right? They're like, okay, no, it's not going to work for us. Now we need them to have their own cars and their driver's license and so they keep moving the goalposts, these oppressors, in order for us as blacks to not get where they are. And if you check in these major corporations, if you go to you compare the pay slips, the black person is earning way less than the oppressor. And you'd find that the black person is more qualified than the oppressor. And then we talk about us having victim mentality. It's not victim mentality. It's the fact that these people keep bringing up these foundations, these building high walls in order for us not to win. And then when we speak about it, it's that thing, complain. It's not that we are complaining. These are facts. These are facts. Okay, if you say we follow these systems that we don't like, what are we supposed to do? Should we just stay at home and not eat?
How? Stop it.
Huh? That's all I had to say.
Araba Leroy. Retseng.
Start your own bank.
Please start it. Did you not hear Bo Abutidin, all these people that were speaking about how it gets increasingly more and more difficult to do that? And then the next thing, lo nabo Leroy bo, hey, victim mentality. You're not gonna go to a black bank. I can promise you, you will be the first people to tell us how no black banks have corruption, black banks, and that's Nina self. You don't know yourselves. And now that I'm here, sorry, I would KG.
There's no order, John.
I
Is
your
there-
order. I your order. So please let's instill order a bit. Let's instill order a bit. Guys in Mponyana uvaile hape. Okay. I wanted to say to Mponyana Kerem, I hear the point of bargaining the ball post that is been moving left, right, and center. And I think by now, with all the posts that have moved, by now we see the operandi modus what abo re bona mekgwa a re be ka setswana re bona mekgwa ya bona and it also shows that we bought into what they're selling, that the dangling part was the job, and as they keep on moving the ball coast, it's about a job. And I think that's where we then need to say, and I guess the question Leroy to be like, okay, cool. Now we've seen Hore Batla. So what can we try in a way where we now can utilize some of the things that are existing to us to try and make sure that we move this thing forward, yabo? To save yourself, because it's very clear that they are not gonna save you. So we need to save ourselves. So what are you then gonna do, Popo, with all the qualifications that you have, with the lack of experience that you have? And let's see what you can do with that. And hopefully we will get to a chance or to a point where both of us can support each other in us trying to run away from these goalposts that keep on moving. Come through, Papa. Then we will move to the next person. Yes.
Okay, let's say Utlo Thoma your business, right? Sure, you start a business to say, no, I don't want to be part of that whole climbing of the corporate ladder because we're moving the goalposts, right? Sure. There's an echo. Okay, thank you. You start a business. That business still has to be regulated. Who is going to regulate this business? Who, Mr. KG?
The colonizer.
Exactly. So do you see, Hore, there is no way that we can run, that we can say, no, this is my own thing. I have this to myself, that they don't have a way ya go tsena mo yona. There is just no way we can win with this thing. The regulations exist to protect your business, right? But they are the ones that are putting the regulations in place.
Also what then becomes another issue, Pop, that
Sure.
we're gonna have someone like uh, the former president of Zimbabwe, and whatever thing that he did, and we will never know beyond what has been shared in the media, whatever thing, which is also the tool that they use anyway, whatever thing that he was planning on doing or he was doing, either us not understanding it or us ourselves equally so fighting people like him, and I'm just using him as an example and I'm not speaking about him, we are the ones who fight these people who maybe they might have a vision, maybe they might have a way of saying systems are not working. And by nature of saying systems are not working, you will have to work outside the system, which means breaking rules, which means breaking regulations, which means all these other terms that you will be termed by virtue of not applying or following the system, but we are also quick to then be like, no, we fight these people and we call them names and we don't even support them in whichever way that they're doing. And also realizing that for us to break the system, unfortunately, there will also be bloodshed. There will be consequences, there will be things, there will be sacrifices that need to be made. So that's just another thing. But yeah, if you want to respond to that, you can, but you don't need to. Let
I
me
don't
know.
have to. I'm just like, there is no winning. And
No. But that's what I don't want to accept.
okay, let
That
me
there's
tell
no
you.
winning, because
Let
then
me
we're having this conversation for nothing. Sure, come through.
okay. Le ge re ka re rona as blacks, we're going to try and fight the system, right? We have those clever blacks who are going to tell you, no, this system, especially the middle class, they'll tell you this system works for us. We'd rather the white person regulates everything because it somehow benefits them. I don't know to what extent. So the lower class is the one that's going to get the wrath of this whole thing that's happening. You can start a movement right now to say, no, let us fight this. Some will say, KG, we hear you, but we won't, it doesn't feed us anyway. So what's the point?
Okay. Thank you, Papa. Much appreciated. VBS is a classic example of why we need regulations. Sure, fair. But how many times have they done it and they got away with it and we are quick to forget? But VPS, we will remind, but it's okay. And I'm just stating this, not knowing the facts of VPS. VBS yakhona. Okay,
Sengikhona ungasangibizi, sengikhona.
zwakala.
Kade ngilindile, sengikhona.
Sure.
I mean, I'll speak as a child, yeah, Jacob Zuma, as a successful black men born under the Jacob Zuma era. You know, after ubaba kuthiwa akayeka umsebenzi wakhe abewenza umuhle abewenza. It was the smart, clever blacks that said Ramaphosa is a successful businessman. In his own field, he will take the country to greater heights. Let me give you a listing of these clever blacks and the smartness of the billionaire president. They have inflation has went up. More young people are jobless than before. In crazy numbers, we are talking about all of these numbers are in crazy forms. I'm not talking about 3, 4, 5%. These are double-digit crazy forms. Life expectancy, our health has went horribly worse. Housing has never improved even by more than 2%. These are just information that we find, and these are under the clever blacks. We are running away from the true problem here. The problem is that we do not want to admit the reality of ourselves, that we are victims of such a system that continues to exist. You know, Stephen went right to the bottom of it. At the purpose of these systems, they are governance of a political system that we do not know and do not understand. Politics is not us. It's not an African thing. We do not have such structures within our DNA. They are not us. We are a people of dictatorship, not because we are forced, but because it's something that we are. We are born of it. And there's nothing bad to it. Unfortunately, just because when you feel as a person, it's not something for you, it's wrong. It's a you thing. That's a you and your I, me, myself, and I issue. It's something that all three of you all have to come together, sit around the fire and fix. It's you there. Number two, the biggest problem that we have is that the reality says, KG,
All right.
the real
Muzi and Marco, please mute. Because if I mute you, you won't be able to speak. Marco, thank you kindly. Continue with the Dean.
the reality then says a very big number of our kind, they can't afford the liability or the blessing of doing this the whole day. They can do it for one day. They can do it at most for two. I can push this being on a live from 7 o'clock in the morning up until 7 at night without a simple care of a doubt for a good month and still not be affected financially or in the way that I live. Unfortunately, the reality is that most, in fact, not most, a very high number of our kind people can't do that based on the systems that has forced us to be independent on the system itself. You know, the statement that you made that we are currently right now, we have 26 banks, internationally and national banks, that are being investigated for almost crippling the rand and manipulating the rand to benefit themselves. There are international and national banks owned by white people. But a clever black will hold on to VBS that was done by a political structure to further gain their own political movement and whatever agreement that they had made, and call that as a simple example of why black people can't succeed. Again, it shows you that when it comes to us, we are quickly to defend things that are not ours. We are here as black people fighting with coconuts, not because of the word itself, with all due respect. They have embedded whiteness to the point that they do not see anything wrong within it. And even when
What do you
I'm
think?
afraid of the hand when
let's
it's
let's 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 refrain from name calling clever blacks and whatnot, because now it's a form of attacking, for example, a point that one made. Now it
I
seems like,
apologize.
you see, so
I
let's
apologize.
let's let's rather I don't know, let's just call middle class, let's leave it at that. And yeah, continue, sir.
I'd be wrong. I'd be wrong to say middle class. Because
Then let's call it something else, but let's not call the people that.
okay,
Or let's not even use name calling. Continue, sir. Sorry.
okay. I apologize if I offended. Me explaining thereafter was trying to show that I'm not offending anyone. But it's said that as Black people, we are here debating on how being colonized was good and bad, when the people have done it are sitting down, passing on information of wealth. I'm just saying, if you look at the owner of Capitec, is the nephew of the owner of FNB, cousin to the original owner of ABSA, um, not FNB, man. They are cousin to the owner of ABSA. This is all family related, passed down from generation to generation. Old Mutual, someone claimed that Old Mutual is a black thing, which is not. My Way, insurance. If you calculate all of the insurance that they are all owned by the right hand wing of one white male family. And then we then say these systems are we can't live out of them systems because they are governing the country. First of all, for you to open up a company, you have to submit your document to a board of people that then will regulate your company, and then they'll give you a grade 1. And when you go to ESCOM, you want to apply for a job, and then they'll tell you, no, we need a grade 2 for this particular job. And then now, without a zero finance that you do not have because you're coming from a broke history, um, now you have to then find jobs. When you get that job, you have to fund yourself up front because the banks, we've seen it for a fact, they'll rather find you buying a car than buying a house. These are all systems built to break you down because it's easier to lose a car than a house. House is much more stable future for you that a white man is not willing to giving you easily. But a car, it can be in an accident this afternoon, and now you are in a liability of actually paying funds that you do not have. So again, we're saying this without war or without fighting with people's beliefs. Colonization has affected us, and it is the people that are agreeing to saying we are victims of these systems. Unfortunately, those are the people that are actually being able to sit down and partake within the table because they've understood what the people that run the tables are these people. It is the ones that saying the system can be lived out of. Unfortunately, by evidence also, research, as one said, this evidence shows us what it is the people that are living in denial, that are not living within the system. And within that system itself, they are not even succeeding. So the saddest part about this is that to us that agree that we are victims of such things, we have identified the problem, that this is what is the issue, and this is how we actually it's that's why I think it was Mponyana said the middle class will rather choose the first class because we rather live comfortably with the first class than to suffer with the poor class. It's a fact. So as much as our ideas are not the same, but reality is this: we've been affected badly. The only way to change it is to identify the problems first.
Thank you so much, Abutuddin. Much appreciated. We have a very short time left. I want to give Marco, I want to give Muzi the opportunity to speak and pour, and they will be the last speakers in terms of delivering their points. And then maybe when we have time left there, I'll give you all 10 seconds to close up. Thank you kindly. Marco, come here.
Thank you, KG. Greetings, everyone, on the panel and then also on the commentary. I'll try to be a bit, snappy. And my contribution is just on the basis of saying, personally, I feel that as our focus has always been shifted in terms of what is really the real problem. Because most of our analysis of the economy and black success and black progress, um, it's mainly rooted from the extraction of a point of reference to a white person. I am yet to hear someone that has this kind of a notion or a mentality that asks about the great ancestry of African wealth, African spirituality, and African philosophers, you know, where we had one in the African wealth. I think he was called Mansa Musa, you know, and he built a very great dynasty that even today we can't find much being spoken about, and we can't find people maybe going to such kind of a rich history that we had as Africans to draw knowledge and inspiration, you know. And also the question is, when it comes to the South African setup of economy, are white people really interested on protection of privilege, or are they interested on the protection of their insecurity and the fear that they have about the capability of a black person, such that a black man can sit comfortable so and define their own in categories of what you just reprimanded us to say, let's not call each other names, you know, to say clever blacks. Because personally, as you call someone clever, subliminally you are actually saying a lot about you. You are actually telling us that you are not. And in a way, you are ascending to the fact that you live your life under the belt of someone being capable of thinking better than you and doing things better than you. And in a way, it's like you are submitting to say you can never be at a point where you can change your circumstance. So I think it's very important, because I hear a lot of veneration of the whiteness, you know, in our platforms. And there's no intention in our conversations to say, um, as we are part of the family of Makoya, when we discuss on a daily basis what is our end goal that we aim to achieve, you know, it's always conversations day in, day out. And mostly we try to exude and try to blame certain figures that are put there to lead us. What I'm saying here to people is that, can we try to ask ourselves a question as to what used to be the system of black people, without us having to be nostalgic about the whole setup, you know, to say, let us go Emandulo, maybe, whereas Mandulo is not applicable in the now, but to ask to say, prior to this white people coming in and break our black system down, what was the system and how powerful was that system, and how could we refine it in the now and try to make it useful for us? Because the way I see it, white people were very intentional in setting up the world, and they didn't set up the world as a nation, but they set up a wealth as a community by trusting certain people to be the architect of such a wealth. And with us, I see this mentality of saying, for us to be wealthy, then it should be owned by the rest of us. You know, you look on what Dean was saying now, you look on Michel Leroux, you look on Ferreras, you look on all those guys that we so-called them Stellenbosch mafias, you know. So those people were intentional, and they are still distributing such kind of a, what you call, a privilege to their own people, whereas we are always complaining.
Marco, what happened? Maybe
Oh no,
Marco
I
is.
saw we were counting the time.
No, 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 no.
I thought
Sorry, I
maybe
was just saying people must tap, must tap,
oh,
must
must
tap the
tap. Oh
screen.
yeah, the tapping. All
Yes.
right. I thought maybe
Continue,
you're saying,
continue,
yeah.
continue.
So
Yeah.
what I'm saying here is that we need to have a mentality of saying, in the community there should be leaders, and in the ancient times leaders were the kings. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying let's be nostalgic and say we go back to the entire system. But when leaders are put there, there should be a mandate, there should be an intention of saying this is what we want to achieve. And white people are succeeding because they did that. And in their companies, someone mentioned, I think it was Mampo, to say they are earning better and they keep increasing this, what you call requirements and goalpost. But we are just observing as a black nation, who are the black architects who can rise and go and say, we are standing in here to be the gatekeepers of the wealth for black people, and we are willing to distribute such a wealth, maybe in a way that is merited to our own. We've got the likes of Umutsipe, but when you look on what they're doing, it's coming there, but it's not yet on that position. We had the likes of Utata the late, may his soul rest in peace, Umaponya, contributing into the development of a township in Soweto, and black people benefited. So if we can be intentional and have a group of people like the elders of Zion has done, where they had a group of elders that they called the learned elders of Zion, who will come in with the protocols of development amongst African people and coming with the system of educations among black people and ownership that will be distributed amongst each other, instead of us always looking at white people and venerate them as if they are better thinkers than we are. They managed to learn our system, and they're still learning it even here on TikTok and other social platforms, as to how angry are we, what are the things that we say when we talk, what are the actions that we take after we talk. They are learning that. And with us is always an issue of entertainment, to say we want to speak, and then after speaking, tomorrow is the very same topic, different guest, or maybe different platform, but same guest. And it continues and continue. As a person, when what were the failures? Me personally, I've learned the failures of my ancestry, and I accepted them, to say maybe they didn't have a point of reference to learn this and to learn that. I change it in honoring them, and I develop and make sure that wherever that they left, we continue with it. We exalt them on the successes that they have made within the family, to say this is a good aspect from our ancestry. And because they've lived before us, it doesn't mean everything that they did was then therefore correct. So in a way, it's like changing the setup of an energy and wanting to be a better nation. So the rest of us, we always look on white people, white people, white people. Before white people, we had our own grandfathers. What did they do for our own kind in our family? And from what they have done, what can we do more? From what they have failed, what made them to fail? What was their thinking for them to even, you know, uh, uh, ascend to white people and give white people such kind of a power, whereas they were a majority in numbers? What happened to that? How can we change that and systematically, you know, put down this white people system? Look on the forbiddance of white people to say you cannot have a relationship with a white person. Why were they afraid of that? What is the power in that? Can't we have black people, black men who are intentional to say, Tina, as a group of black guys now, we are going to date these white chicks. We are going to make babies with them. We are going to infiltrate their nation so that they can see themselves in us and we can become. I'm just giving that as an example to say, do we even think to that extent to say there were some forbiddance by white? What was the protection of such forbidden? Because there's something deep about the fact that they didn't want us to date their own daughters.
All
Thank you.
right. Thank you so much, Marco. You promised and delivered, and I appreciate. Abudu Muzi, come to sir. I hope you have parked on the side of the road.
Yes, actually I am. No, 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 no,
Please,
no.
come
I was
through.
driving and then I was listening to Marco. I wanted to get quickly to where I was going so I can be able to be comfortable. But I thought, energy is something, because of Marco is coming with something that I was going to flow into. And I feel like energy is something that is very powerful. But without wasting any time, we need to give Marco a round of applause, because I think this is the solution that we should be looking at as a nation. But what my angle to this was going to be, because remember that your question is conclusive by its narration, how modernization and westernization has affected our cultures and traditions. We all agree that they have affected our cultures, but I feel like we have an issue of identity as Black people and even those in the diaspora, because it was spoken earlier on that there is this issue of feeling victimized by the past that we come from, and for as long as we are holding our heads in that kind of thinking or mentality of being victimized all the time, we are always not going to look at the bigger picture. Like what Marco is saying is saying, let us stop putting our heads on the sand. Let us wake up and say, okay, fine, we need to be intentional now from where we are moving right now and going forward. As Black people, we are very quick to destroy and very unintentional to build. I will give you a classical example. We got 30 years of power in South Africa. There is nothing that you can point to that our generation can inherit in 300 years to come, that they will reference it to the the regime of the ANC, because we don't have, even you can go to Africa, there is no political intention of destabilizing the colonizers. And because of we lack identity, we get swayed easily. We want to belong quickly. That is why you find the middle class associating with white people and feeling that the white people system is much way better. The problem is we are coming to the table as hungry people. When you come into any negotiation table hungry, you are either going to be on the menu. Yeah, do you get what I'm saying? And we find a lot of our Black presidents, when they approach the negotiating table where they have to destabilize these things in the IMFs, in the World Economic Forums, in all these global institutions, where they have to have an intention of creating pride for a Black person. Because I will tell you right now, like we're talking, no matter how much you can want to rise, if there is no political willingness to allow you as a Black person to rise, you will be suffocated within the system itself. Mpoyana was saying that. I will give a classical example. I have a subcontract. We are doing the road somewhere in the Free State. And the main contractor, I just want to give context to what I'm saying. The main contractor got the tender to build this road, and we are coming in as subcontractors. There is a certain amount, obviously, that they are told to put aside in, I think it's about 30%. Now, remember, these people are taking contractors from the township that are not doing anything, that are not having any income. For them, when they get a tender, they are allocated, they get a funds in advance for what you call establishment funds. Before they go and start, they already have money. But as a Black company from the township who have been told that I'm being developed, I need to find my employees, I need to buy them PPE before they go and work. I need to find petrol to go there. They want all this PPE on health and safety requirements that needs to be obliged to the medical certificate itself. One person, it's 800 rand. From the township where I'm staying, I'm at home, I'm unemployed, I just opened a business. You get what I'm saying? And I had to open a company itself. It's expensive, especially when you want to compete in the construction industry where there is more returns. Just simple applying for CIDB, it's 450 rand for just one grade. Do you get what I'm saying? So the system was made by the gatekeepers in order to control who comes in and who doesn't come in. And if you don't comply, you will be locked outside and you will be suffocated. And so that's I'm just qualifying my point of saying we need to have a political intention where our people, we should stop hiding behind this thing of colonialism and apartheid. Yes, our ancestors suffered and all those things, it should come back to us as black people, as individuals, to say, but what is it that I want to leave behind when I leave this world? And once as an individuals we start changing the world that we are in, we will be able to change the entire world that we are living, that we associate. Because I will tell you one thing, as black people, we don't know how to network. As black people, we don't know how to create a spider web economic system. The very foundation that created all these communities that you find everywhere, the Portuguese, the Somalians that you find in South Africa, the Jews have mastered it. Even there's a book about it. Many communities that have succeeded everywhere they go, they have thrived in the spider web economy. And that is why, even if you can have a bank right now, there's a lady I think who just qualified now to open a bank. I just forgot her name. She just got approved after a long battle. But I'm telling you, black people will not allow themselves to trust their money with that black person because of we have our own inferior issues that we are still dealing with. That is why we have this thing like what Mark was saying, clever blacks, and automatically we're disqualifying ourselves as unclever blacks. You get what I'm saying? So we need to change how we view life. We need to change how we see the world out there. Instead of seeing the glass as half empty, let us see the glass as, I think it's the right word, full empty. I'm not sure about English. In that way, we will be able to create, to become intentional, in creating a systematic wealth for our generations, for them to be able to succeed in life. Because sitting here talking, complaining will not do anything. And as a developing country, inherently we will have the level of corruption that will be on the increase, because you must remember that this is the first time our black people have power, and the first thing that they will do is to immediately enrich those who are around themselves, and that is the inherent. That is,
Abutumuzi?
sorry, you want to say something, my brother?
Yes, can I please interrupt you? So, there's a plan. I
Okay,
need to
sorry, sorry,
jump
sorry,
off.
sorry, sorry.
Yes, I need to jump off. Leroy needs to come in
Okay, sorry.
so that the conversation
Yes.
continues. So, just hold your thoughts
Yeah.
just like that. Leroy.
Okay, sharp. Itlang kono lot. Itlang kono gape lot. Re ke le check gore okay, sharp. Like okay, like what's in bo mangkan? Sharp. Okay, Marco was here. Marco, you can request again. So, working. Sorry, guys, can na have. Yeah, it's okay. Landa.
Makupa is back on. Show
Yeah,
Mfana.
hata kwano. Na ke le tshabe lotlhe kana bone. Ka nkwano lotlhe. Ke le batla one by one.
So I wanna know 45,000 likes tsa rona e ka re wa bona no tshwantse qale from scratch.
No, you know what, working at it because me, I can be here for like until about 3 nyana, so I know it's fine. Oh yeah, working kind of behind the scenes now, I can behind the
Oh, get
scenes.
behind the scenes. Oh.
Yeah, it's it. No, okay, guys, but you know what, sharp, ne? Working man can like who or shit. Who was talking now, can
Marco.
Marco Limuzi, ne? Marwaili Roy, hey, Gua Mila Manchi.
Ineli muzi man.
Oh, Muzi. Okay, sharp. Like, okay, let me see if I can get him because I can't see him here. Oh, Q. I'm sharp. Invite the fella out. So, guys, shabag na. So, while we wait for Muzi, ne, guys, Hagelo ne, sharp. Federe, we've been, like Federe is like disadvantaged, like this and that. He the system, the biang. But then I'm like, guys, we are here now, sharp. We have these challenges here and here and here. How can we work Working to the sharp. Here there's a problem. How do we do this? Here's a problem. How do we do this? Working the essence of working Ubuntu thing, whatever. I don't know. Like to actually like working, grow the nation together. Yay. Yes, guys. There are problems. They are there. How do we solve them now? Yes, they are here. But anyway. Let me shut up. Muzi, Ish, you may continue there because I think there are things there. This is kind of switched up, but it's fine. So, my leader, with all due respect, you have your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. But I think what you're saying is important. So we need to move now. We need as a race, especially I would say as a race, we have to be intentional about where do we go from now. Where do we go from here? We don't need to start big. Look, these guys are controlling. We agree that they're controlling the system. They're controlling the narrative. They're controlling the space everywhere we go. But we have right now we are crying about land. If I can ask many of us, when we have land right now, what is it that you're going to do about it? We don't have any plan. And that is where the crux of the problem begin. Majority of us, we don't have a plan. We are lazy to think. We are lazy to think because we always want to do something that somebody has started. You would find black people, all of them sitting in one queue, selling all of them green apples at the same price. And when you go and buy from the table in the middle, all these other four who are sitting next to this one who's in the middle, they get jealous of you. Oh, you favor that one. Oh, now lawyer, now you're target. That's why his stuff is being bought. The issue is that there is not much options that black people are putting on the table to have that intentional attitude of saying we want to partake in creating. Let me give you an example, my brother. Look at Dubai 20 years ago.
Exactly.
We have 30 years. We are 30 years. We are 30 years into this thing. Look at Singapore, where it was 20 years ago. Singapore currently is a country that when we say we want to go to a vacation, we consider Singapore as one of those countries. Dubai had nothing. They only had oil. What is it that we have? We have so many minerals under this earth that we are staying. We have oil, we have chemicals, we have gas, we have a lot of things. Forget the minerals. Forget the minerals. We have gas deposits in South Africa. Look what they're doing in Petro SA down in the Western Cape. They are destroying it. They're killing it. We are having a Petro SA company. I just want to give you an example. A Petro SA company that produces diesel. That produces fuel. Instead of them producing fuel, instead of Sasol producing fuel for Eskom, we export oil. like certain things that not require us to have degrees or to become clever blacks. We just need to be intentional about what is it, where we want to see ourselves. 100%. South Africa does not. We don't have, as black people, we don't have a generational plan. We have what I will call a decade plan. We have 30 years plan, 20 years plan, 10 years plan. Right now, a white person, if you go to the farm, that guy, he is with his child. He's driving a tractor. His 5-year-old is sitting on his lap, driving a tractor with him. Right now, when you go in the farms, you would find white people during school holidays. They're taking their children to shooting ranges. They're intentional. They know what they want to see. What they want to see the South Africa as becoming, and they're preparing this generation now for that. You don't even know how to handle a gun yourself. If South Africa can go into civil war right now, we're going to be obliterated. We don't have a plan.
Sorry to laugh, my
And
lips.
that is where it starts as individuals, as a race, as black people, to say, if this person is selling chisanyam, where does he buy his pork? Then let me go and buy two porks. Two porks, the small ones, A1. You buy those things within 12 months, you have 8 porks because a pork produces more, you know.
Yeah,
And
more
then you're
meat and
getting
stuff.
into
Yeah.
this. But we see these things, these success stories. It's rare. I mean, you can go online now. It's rare. People are building. Nobody's thinking about building bricks. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's one of those. Instead of me saying I'm going to open my own Makoya rundown and have my own gene as well, where does Makoya rundown get their bottles to produce their gene, to put their genes in? If I can produce, if I can get a tender, and when I get a tender, I don't go to Mercedes Benz and buy Mercedes Benz. Instead, I go to China and buy a machine that produces bottle, so that I can come and have an agreement with Vela Gene to say, let me give you guys, you use my bottles. It's simple as that. Every
That's
tender that
exactly
black people
what I
get,
was
that's why
saying.
white people don't care about the tenders, because they know that each and every tender that black person has, they have 30% in it, because we don't have equipment, we don't have resources, we have to go and rent these things from them. The plant, we don't have plants, we rent it from them. So we need to be intentional. I will
100%.
just give others a chance, my brother. I will just stop here for now.
Mano, thank you very much there, bro. You know what, guys? You know what, like, me, I get you, bro. Like, let's rather create our own value chain, value system, and then, like,
Exactly, my brother, exactly.
that's how we can grow. Yes, this is not going to be the easiest, but then looking for okay sharp, the next like 50 years, we will have now the economy as in like corona straight, you know. Gore ntse re tlogela gore, no, they have the rules, like they have this, they have that. Hey, CIPC, white people, this and this, white people. Guys, you have a club, you have a farm, you are a lawyer, you are a lawyer, you are a lawyer. Like, let's make things happen. Me, I'm a designer. Me, I can do bargaining kind of as in like branding for you and you and you and you and you. You have Moose who has this. We have Jean who has this. Let's just make it work. Anyway, what's that? Just a friendly reminder. 3 o'clock. Me, I'm vying, ne? So, okay. So get 2 minutes now, ne? So get Dini, Limpo.
Umaka ke nna. Hey,
No, mar ish. As I get it like a step.
Dean understands. Dean understands. Dean, can I speak?
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So I'm
Happy
Kimpo.
Dean ka choose ke mpincha ka Dean. When I get when you're a hater.
When I'm a hitter, and like cut. So po Coupe Sabrina Mpo then Dean. Ne? 2 minutes each guys no hornjero khono khetsa fast because Njelen I have to leave just yeah. Mpo.
Okay, so there's a book by this guy called W.E.B. Du Bois called The Talented Tenth, right? And in his book, there's a quote, like it's one of the best quotes I've ever heard, which literally talks on one thing that we're talking about. He literally says, the Negro race, like all races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. The problem of education then among Negroes must first of all deal with the talented tenth. It is a problem of developing the best of this race that they may guide the mass away from the contamination and death of the worst in their own and other races. So something Makupe touched on, and she just wrote there, and I was gonna touch on. She said, "Hore, we are trying to solve like sort of like physical or something problems with psychological problems with whatever solutions." So right now the problem, it's not our ability as black people to do things and to yeah.
Okay. Maponyane, please mute your mic. Ask this. Maponyane?
Kim Ponyana,
What Maponyane?
Mponyana.
Yeah, come on now. We
Hey,
call her that.
you also.
We call her that. Chill.
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah. So the problem is it's not that we are not able or we don't have the capacity to do all of this to fix the problems in South Africa and on a larger scale Africa's problems. The biggest problem is we don't see ourselves as capable. You know, whenever one person stands up, instead of rooting them on and saying, you know what, this guy is going somewhere, we shun them, we curse them, you know, we call them weird names. You know, it's like that kid Kokas who was brilliant at accounting and was constantly focused at school, you know, and we always called him names. Why one? You know,
Yeah, the
same
teacher's
thing.
pet.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he was focused, and you, instead of literally spurring him on and saying, no, this kid can make a difference and on a larger scale, we don't. We shoot down talent all in the name of Arbat Pal, you know, but not knowing and looking to the future, saying maybe this person was or is the answer to all of our problems. There's a famous song, but one person can change the world, and we need that, you know. And lastly, the best example I can give of a black person shot down properly um, is a bank in Switzerland. I forgot the name of the bank. For about 8 years, they were not turning profit, right? And then they hired this black guy to become their CEO. In literally less than 24 months, the guy literally, the overhead literally was it. He turned the bank around. Oh, it was Swiss something. That's the name of the bank, you know. And yeah, and he turned it around, and they were in profit. And the minute they started going into profit, they started coming up with these accusations of things that he's doing. You know, the strategies that he's using. They're against a certain race, Balabama Hoa, and they found a way to kick him out. And the minute he left, things started going south again. You know, so as black people, we are more than capable. We just need to stop this nonsense of shooting each other down and identifying who are these people that we can place in the right positions you know, and strategically so that they can push and bring that change that we want to see in this world. We are more than capable to have our own banks. We are more than capable to run our
More
own
than
firms
capable,
and
dog.
and importing it, dude. Like, you know, the saddest part, Kohore, I'm okay. I'm in logistics and mining, but I also have a farm, right? Like most of my produce that we produce on the farm, Erisa to market, 80% of it gets exported, and we keep, you know what I mean? We keep literally the crumbs of it, you know. With the coal that we normally every day are moving coal, you know, the best coal, RB1 coal, gets exported. We using literally low grade coal in South Africa, not the best or the best. So it's one of those. It's there's a lot of things within the industries that we can do better, but we just need to identify and literally push our own people.
Yeah, but you know what? Now, like you really just reminded me, working, yeah, of like this actually. Have you realized that, nah? Like when it comes to business, nah, actually, there's no race, there's no hey the culture, there's no hey who's who, get bruh. Can you do this? Sharp, let's do it. There's no system. Oh my God, hey, who has who? Dude, boy, you can do this. You
Rona
can
ra
do it.
provide unless we're talking to South
Let's make
Africa.
it
Sorry
work. Yeah.
to interrupt. We provide each other as black people in South Africa. Ra provide blind.
That's a lie, Leroy. That's a lie.
Okay,
Leroy, that's a
guys,
lie.
guys, breathe out. My business, okay. My ones, my people around me. There's no horror when we run your braga. You can do this sharp. Let's do it. Ahora maybe lona go da federe hagits. But from my personal, ne? Feed. But anyway, sharp. Breathe. Harelwe guys, just a friendly reminder. Railway. Makupe.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, Leroy, I say this with love, with so much love. Makoya Rundown is like a grain of rice in the solutions that we are talking about here. We're not talking about starting a TikTok channel and, once in a while we meet and all of. We are talking about, sorry to use the word, real industries. We're talking about mining. We're talking about manufacturing. We're talking about technology. We're talking about logistics. Like, we're talking about farming. So, I can't just wake up tomorrow and buy 10 acres of land from just positive attitude. I can't. I cannot do that. This is the fact of the matter. And you yourself were saying, "Khore, this whole thing, yeah, colonization and oppression, is a psychological one." Guys, if you have been to therapy, by yourself, ne, it strips you down. Like, fixing psychological trauma is not something that happens in an hour. You break so many walls. You go back. You introspect. You. It's a lot. It's like spring cleaning on a one person level. And here we are talking about an entire race of people who not only experienced this trauma on an individual level differently, but also even in a tribal. Like, the architect of apartheid knew what he was doing. And it's not something that can just be meditated away. It's not something where we can hold our hands and sit in a room or go to Makoya Rundown and then we talk about it and then it's over. Kausan, we wake up, now we are the captains of industry. And you are lying to yourself if you're saying that business is not about race. You are lying to yourself. No. You can never ever, like, that is Jewish people. Look at Jewish people, look at Asians, look at indeed white people, look at Indian people. They will, like, what do you mean? Can someone else talk?
And thank you very much, this is Makupe. You are Bramuz Ish. You have literally 1 minute. Then we gonna get sis Sabrina here because I gotta get directly send like a line, you know. Yeah. Muzi, you are far, my leader.
Hello?
Yebo. Great
Am
stuff.
I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I'm saying because I see many people like on the commentary as well. I'm engaging with Sabrina in the commentary regarding what she sees as blockages and or obstacles for us to realize this that you're talking about. The foreigners. Let's take a classical example, guys, of the Somalians who came into our townships. How much money is circulating in one township between spaza shops and takeaways? We don't need to have farms. We don't need to wake up in the morning and go and buy a farm. We just need, I mean, there's a market, I'm staying in Bloemfontein. There's a market in Bloemfontein where they sell potatoes in the morning. They sell potatoes in bulk. We can get, I think, a bag about 10 rand or 7 rand. They buy them directly from the farms. I just need to wake up in the morning. That's what I gave my brother to do. He wakes up in the morning, takes a bucket, 5 o'clock, go buys 20 bags of potatoes, because there's a lot of what do you call this, mobile kitchens that are selling magwenya, kapi, like kokas, kokas set up at things wrong. But this kamban, those businesses are thriving in there.
But when you check, they are buying their potatoes from places like Bo Metro, Bo Food Lovers Market, Bo Checkers at a very inflated price. And I buy them for 7 ranta, I supply them there for 15 ranta per bag. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. We don't need to go and start the whole chain. We just need to say, okay, fine. Here is somebody who's doing, like for instance, right now I'm starting a business here, detain, just to give you an example, because of I've realized that many of our middle class, there's more middle class mushroom because of government has produced a lot of middle class based or those after passing universities. They go back home and build macro for their parents. As a result, I went back home and I'm in the process of opening business here, like your hardware store. You get what I'm saying? I manufacture my own bricks. That is why I'm in the space of construction, so that I can be able to, when they are building something, when I get a tender even, I don't need to go and buy bricks from or hardwares from any hardware store. I produce my own. That is the kind of spider web economy I'm talking about. By creating our own value chain system, those things. I mean, if like for instance, I'm making an example about the potatoes. You buy potatoes, somebody can come in with logistics. There's a lot of bakis collocationing, you know. Somebody occupy the space of delivering those things to the person. Somebody is opening a shop collocation who is a retailer. Someone is operating a warehouse where these things they buy them in bulk and then they keep them. We cannot keep complaining and always seeing obstacles. And that thing, because what I believe in when I get off, the moment we start zooming into problems, we are losing. We are going to be blindsided of the entire picture. That is, I will leave it there, my brother.
100%. But hey, guys, know it, nah? Like,
What's the question?
wait. Cookie. Let's calm down, nah? Just a friendly reminder, guys, nah? Please. Friendly.
The views and opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the individuals participating in the conversation and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the podcast host or any affiliated organization. Listener discretion is advised.
And thank you very much. So now we are literally left with 20 minutes. So let's give sis Sabrina Limpo Ledin, nah? Please and thank you very much. With all due respect, my leaders. Sisi Sabrina, hello. Sis Sabrina, hello.
Sorry, hi. I was on the line at work. I'm so sorry.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
All right, cool. So I'm hearing everything that's being mentioned. By all means, I do respect it, but I have one problem, right? The dream. You know, Martin Luther King had a dream, right? We still all trying to make sure that that dream suffices. There's one thing we're forgetting: we're still being governed in the same rules that are frustrating us and that we have to face, right? So that's why I actually said that in order for us to actually be able to try and have impact in what we want to achieve, it needs a movement, it needs a culture. It's like you need to decondition people from believing that they need to sit on a table whereby they are the table. And what I mean in that is not a hypothetic or a metaphoric phrase. I really mean it that we are the table. There's decisions that are being made on our behalf and we adhere to them because we are being made to believe that once we have achieved certain things, we are capable. I'll give you a realistic example, right? A man in a suit finds himself or identifies himself better than a man in overalls. But here's the reality. The labor that a man in overalls actually endures than one in a suit has results that are visible. One in a suit has to participate in order for corporate governance to identify what they are trying to achieve. But the one that is in an overall knows that the bricks that we are mentioning need to be laid in a certain manner so that there is a building or infrastructure that is visible, right? What I'm saying is this. If you wanted to start, it starts with us. We can't say that we have to start in the townships. We've seen it. We were once taught and promised that there's township revitalization, only for us to wake up and then when we want our basic essentials, Reako my friend, or we choose not to, Reako shop right, or when you come from work, you have to have a detour. Up until we start convenience near our homes, I'm afraid the work that we think we would like to achieve will not be done. So if you are able to give your neighbor sugar and rice, you've started somewhere, you're sharing something. What more if you could share knowledge? Because it all starts with the education system feeding us that we need to know this, but what skills are we acquiring in order to apply what we're getting educated about? Because for me, an example was being presented that right now there's a farmer that is out there teaching their child. The teaching part is the educational part, but what are they teaching them? How this farm must be ran. Now that's a skill that is acquired. The one thing that is different about our children and their children is that they still get the choice of saying they would like to do that or not and still be trust fund babies. So what are we educating ourselves in what we are working on so that our children have that back up while they are making their decisions? I mean, why can't your child decide to go travel to Peru for a year, learn a different culture, incorporate it with who they are, and then bring the economic vitality of what they learned outside? We are cocooned in what we are exposed to, right? But we are not sharing it. Your understanding of what a cup of coffee is in the morning is different from someone else, right? It is very much different from someone else. Someone else perceives a decaf as coffee. Someone else is swag. But we need to know the knowledge of what the impact it has on us, right? We need to focus on the impact it has on us. Every action, can we be considerate then? Can we practice kindness then? In order to say, if I am going to buy a bottle of water from Mpo, right, what am I doing? I am creating monetary value to what he believes in and his brand. He's one of our own. But also, I'm maneuvering by sharing with others that actually this is worth it, creating the possibility of job opportunities, which is where we can look at the perception of what? The circulation of money and value, right? Now, we need to heal victimhoodness. You know what, one, I will answer that while I'm doing this. If you start in the hoods and you move into the burbs, right? Is it all about seeing that you have achieved, or is it me saying, look, I managed to get that scale up, how's about I help you get back up? It might not be being able to move you out of the hood, but I can make your surroundings better so that you can find yourself leaving whatever behind for who's next, but moving right along. We are victims of the circumstances that were not created by us. It was passed down. We are exposed to it. We are told it is okay. Blessed is the one that can see the need to move away from that. But I hope that they don't get mocked for moving, because that is also the mentality that we carry. Once you are doing better, hey, oh, onahana o better, but that's the reality. You are. You are. How can I not just stand up and say, how did you do it, Ndwana? I want to learn how to do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Instead of us pulling, because we have pull down syndrome, it's part of our culture all of a sudden, right? Can we teach each other how it's done? Then it becomes a ripple effect, a chain reaction that produces results that we can see. That we can see, that we can say everything that we question about one another, chances are that we're actually supposed to be learning something from one another because we are exposed differently. But we can teach each other things to empower each other. Then we can look at tackling what we are saying is a seat at the table. I still feel we don't need a seat at the table. We are the table, because whatever that is decided on that table, it gets brought down to us so that we can do the labor because we are capable. We are the table.
Let me working. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay. From like Leroy personally to you, you are 100% right there. Gape, like another thing, nah, that we should learn actually is, let's be what's that, teachable. Actually, like teach me something new. Working kind of the other way around. Actually, sharp. You like you have views like this, views like this, views like that. Let's not like what's that? See it, no, you are not being this. You are trying to change me. You are trying. No, no, no. Actually, okay, sir. Like Ronamo reta dilo so how do you do things there? No, maybe we can actually like work together. No, maybe you might know like somebody who can help me do better here and there and there and there. So let's just have the attitude like ya gore you can teach me I can like teach you like let's just like grow, you know, like be yeah, no. But anyway, hello. Sorry, ne. Disma, askis.
Okay. I am going to sound very pessimistic to everything everybody has said, and I apologize in advance. Okay?
You are forgiven in advance.
You all said so many pretty words, inspiring, very optimistic. You know, but that is going to happen in a fairy tale world. That all that you said is going to happen in a fairy tale world because everything, like you said, we can start sharing and doing whatever, building movements, empowering ourselves. It's cool, we can do that. But little stagger, and I'm not saying this to say I want that to happen. No, little stagger, because that system that we're talking about, yeah, the oppressors, is still there. So before we can talk about building our own let us start by dismantling that system. Then we can implement our own value chains, like you guys are saying. Sabrina spoke about how we are the table. Classic example is earlier on, we are going to say we're going to start a movement with KG and whatever, and then one person is going to say, no, I don't subscribe to that. Muzi commented, Are, I refuse to allow things to be sent down to me to implement. I'm not a table, I want a seat. So do you see, we are still going to have problems because we within ourselves have these problems that we cannot navigate and solve. So how are we going to move forward and dismantle these systems that are already there if we cannot find common ground ourselves? Hi guys, I'm sorry to say that.
No.
I'm here being pessimistic. I'm sorry.
No. You are 100% correct. Actually, there will be the ups and downs, more. So, like, what's more important? How do you solve those things? You know?
How are we going to solve them if we, Leroy, as a family, renali opposing ideas? How are we going to solve them? How are we going to how? And I dare you all, I dare you, I dare Muzi, I dare one to start building this black empire of yours and tell me gore loe feta byang or that system that is there, yeah, the oppressors. I dare you guys. Then I will join you. Then and only then will I join you.
Hey, my thought. Okay, 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 guys. Right, what's that? Me, it's only simple. Do what works for you. 100%. So, Dean, sharp. Okay, so get Dean, and then we're gonna close. Let me coupe because wow, hey. Okay, so Dean.
I wish, guys, when y'all have time, please invite me in the South Africa that you live in.
Yeah, no.
If a passport is required, I'll create one and I'll come.
Bona tlang Pitori lone la tla bona South Africa ke. Anyway, so
You know the crazy part and the saddest thing is the way we are so delusional, and I count us all. We compare ourselves to the Jews, the Indians, the Somalians, people that are of one mind and one sound, one religion and one belief. While ourselves, we can't even tell apart. You know, I was I was I was watching a documentary about the billionaires in Dubai, and this guy was like, I don't do business with people that cheat on their wives because it's haram. And he was like, I don't even do business with people that don't have wives because they have nothing to commit themselves to. And the example of him doing business is so personal to him that he will judge the people that he invites to sit down with based on their beliefs and how they think. And here are we with the most confused mindset ever, the most lost traditionalist ever, the most uninformed generation of people right now, thinking that we can be able to gloss within the realms of starting a whole entire system of an economy. I'm asking the most simplest thing. One is busy here saying we should start our own. Who and how? How are we then opting out of the system that we are currently on? And if it's that easy, not even give us a blueprint, but give us hint of saying, if we do.
Holy shit.
No, that was me. Sorry about that.
Hey. Okay,
That was
cool.
me. It was
All
me.
right.
You know, and here's my biggest problem, Leroy. You know, uh, in KZN, the way, because we are not giving gratitude to people that you should be giving gratitude to. And in KZN, we have one of the biggest trusts called the Ngonyama Trust, with the biggest land form in Africa, in South Africa right now. The trust owns the largest plots in South Africa. But people are given land freely from the Zulus in particular. They're given land freely. They farm freely. But when it comes to them playing in the farming industry, it is governed by those that created the system itself. Paul said something about he's a farmer, he would know this. The way it is so difficult to own the value chain of farming, from planting, manure, grazing, washing, supplying, selling. That's the whole entire value chain. It is impossible for a black starting up person to own such a thing. Bud Muzi even said it himself, that he currently has a contract as a qualified person to build the road, but he's subcontracted. It's not his contract. He's subcontracted based on the regulations of big tenders. If it surpasses a certain amount of millions, it has to be subcontracted. It has to have subcontracting companies underneath it. But here's the trick part. You, Leroy, as the son of Van der Meer.
Never those.
Listen, it's an example. Mudimu hle. You are a few couple of days ago, you kept on saying you are Shaga here. I allowed it to happen.
Exactly. Ngikusaka ayofanda tonton ba. Yo. Imagine
Mponyana as the child of Van der Meer. The one that Putim 2 made an example with, he's sitting on his father's lap, she's sitting on his father's lap, harvesting the farm that they own as the family. Has the machinery and the equipment that the father has currently owned to run such a company. He has the qualification to qualify to even bid for such a company, for such a tender. And after getting the tender, the requirements of the tender is to subcontract. And then Fundamera is Mponyana then subcontracts you, Leroy, the child of Pitur, Mwana Pitur, with no machinery. You don't even know what a truck is in your face. With you being subcontracted, you don't even have You might have the qualification because it's a lower grade company, but you don't have the finances to start such a project. You don't have the employees to start such a project. So automatically the system, halfly created to benefit you working, when you are supposed to work, it drops you down because they don't give you the starting up fee, but they'll give Mponyana the starting up fee as the company main receiving the contract. The system on its own from point A to point B is designed to screw you over, not from the beginning, but on your last minute when you are supposed to actually run and actually make money. It then screws you over. As a black business person, and I speak this as a person that has partaken in, it's unfortunate that Leroy, you know me just because of my clubs. It's an insult, in fact. It's an insult. I own the third largest company when it comes to coding and robotic in the Department of Education.
You never told me.
Google my name, you'll find this information.
You
please.
never told me own a company is 1,000, bro.
So I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying, for us to even achieve that, it required our parents to go through a certain level of scrutiny because these are passed down companies. But unfortunately, like a child of Vandamer, I didn't have the option of opting out and saying, I might not do this. This was the silver platter I was given, and this is the silver platter I've been running for, because most of the rules and the walls were already broken down and were already jumped by my pre-fathers. Simple.
All right.
So up until you create a system, please invite us. We'll come. We'll partake on that system.
I will, well, guys. Mina, ngizoba the working gun, the the president of media's whatever gohle mo strateng mo zela mo lefatsheng nalo, whether he pipe dream in mare ko fitlha nna stele gore lona la re he di press o irahalang as far. But then again, okay, before Makupe comes actually, guys, my parting words, because I know her, she's gonna speak, and then yanda debate so shebang. My parting words, as in mina you more Vuyo the dreamer, man, big dream. But then okay, okay, my last words now. Do what works for you. Do not feel bad gore Vuyo wetsang, Mpho wetsang, Din wetsang. If this is what you want, you are willing to actually like do this, whether via the system or via, but do it, fam. Because at the end of the day, beyond you sleep alone with this thing here inside of your head. When fela ha ele ena di connected ba sharp, you born. Oh yeah. Actually, chase self fulfillment. Actually, beyond be happy first. Then Hormangui rang I fade. Is what's fine. By the way, guys, happy happy Thursday. So for those who are near mainland, like let's go party tonight. Go encore actually, because I'm playing there at 11. But anyway, Cookie, you have 5 minutes of news.
I I'll go to your WhatsApp and your DMs and all of these things.
But
So
you know
what's beautiful? I love what you just said. And I love that one is applauding what you are saying, because it contradicts your vision. How do you build an empire when each person has their own thoughts and their own their own, goals. So how do we then come and build one very strong empire? Because no, wait, I'm not finished. Because when you want to build something, and it's something that we have been saying over and over, you need to be one thing. And they have our fundamental values, our non-negotiables must match. Where we know this is a non-negotiable. And there's no way that we are going to do this. But if there's I don't know how many million of us is true to self, how will we achieve that? Because we don't have one goal in mind. Cancel out Luna self. You cancel yourself out because you cannot do what you're either you're canceling yourself out or you don't know what you're talking about. It speaks to the fact that there is a bit of delulu in what you're saying because it means you don't know what it takes to build this empire that you're talking about.
Okay.
What does it mean to do that? What do we need to sacrifice as individuals and as a race? What do we need to sacrifice to achieve that? But if we are going to say, no, don't sacrifice anything, just be true to yourself, then we are not going to achieve anything. We are not going to get anywhere. Because, wow, guys, no ways. Like, I think that the first thing that we need as a Black community is a reality check. We need a reality check because now some things that I'm hearing here, guys, there's no way. And then there's someone who was saying that disruption and destroying are two different things. It depends on which side of the disruption you are. So to the colonizer, we are destroying, but we are actually disrupting the system. And to disrupt the system, you need to have radical thoughts and radical actions. There's no way you will disrupt with a hug and positive thoughts. You need to know what you're doing. You need to be willing to get your hands dirty. Like, no ways, guys. Yes, you need to know how to use a gun. You need to know how, and Rona, we are in the best position because some of us, from crash. And some of these things that I'm seeing here, oh no, Black people, they don't go to groove. What? White people don't go to groove to network bullshit. Have you ever heard about it dancing like a white girl? Those people, they drink. They're not playing. They have gentlemen's clubs. No, let me finish my thought.
No, wait. Let's avoid being racist,
What?
Let's avoid.
Okay, fine.
White people.
Our fellow South Africans, they close deals with strippers grinding on their junk. So please, guys, I think a fundamental problem also is that we like to talk about things that we don't know about. But anyway, I'm done. I love you all. Let's build this empire in the clouds.
In the clouds,
Thanks.
baby girl.
Leroy,
Yes, sir.
the thing, I'm gonna answer something as well on top of that.
You have literally 2 minutes now.
Now, about quick. The reality is for one to bring out change and to bring newness into things, some things we just need to destroy. Things just need to be destroyed, things need to collapse so that we can start anew. Same thing with South Africa. We built a country and an economy on the foundation of our oppressors. We did not start anything new. That's why a lot of the things are collapsing. That's why electric grids are on the verge of collapsing. That's why we do 15 years after being the breaking of ground, it's still not complete. That's why we have not built, like literally, we have not built anything new. The newest things that we've built, the stadium 2010, even how little trains that they are not brand new. The second-hand trains that we import from overseas. So we literally need to break down everything and build anew. I think that's the only thing that can wake people up, because I feel like South Africans are not angry enough about the situations that they are in. They're literally not angry enough. They should learn from Kenya.
Guys, you know what now? Sharp. You saying this, mama, you saying this, mama, you saying, I'm like, guys. Gale re ke sixnyana ya le gore jazz o itse ke ne zina re nna ha tshela re tshegela ga wana la ka gore like kish gore nje like go ntsi man, you know.
It's hard to predict yourself because we are saying you guys said you want to start an empire, but now le batla go reka di 6.
Baby yaka.
You see?
My love.
Mara
Things
ka
of
mo Leroy, wa re
contradiction.
rekisa di 6 instead of re botse re reke vela. Gante what's wrong with
No,
you?
and like yeah, pila
Ke di 6
no,
tsa eng wena? Gante who?
no, mar.
When
No,
you're an
actually,
enemy
guys.
of progress. KG
Sorry,
ka re here. Kopa KG, kopa guy Leroy warning. Because
okay,
no bua ka
yes.
di 6.
Yes.
Gante wena man.
So sharp guys, no sharp. Wait again, isn't like the whole morning on so le tense le mafoko a big leadish in guys. Re ka mbotlolo ya la re o tsike mbone re nweng re tlhapelweng ya la gawane, you know, like let's just be happy, man, you know. Go go ntsi thata man,
There's no happiness in poverty.
but there's happiness in Vela.
Amen.
Oh yeah, na gape pa re ka dira gape le ba re ke mang le dini le na wetsa mqimbinyana fanda gada so no guys like let's go to Valnyana 2 minutes man ne
Ke kae mo magoa?
go Val go 100
Oh.
100 so yeah man you know no metsi you know but again like be tlore jene you know like be happy man, you know. Go go ntsi thata re imetswe thata mo tsikeng gape ka mo motlakase wa tura ka mo gape ka mo really busy like it's not sometimes, but then you know guys ne me I love you guys, see you guys tomorrow, and so nje tomorrow we're not going to continue these things please mina ngifuna ukuhleka kusasa please so it's again ne like let's come and have a lively chat actually tomorrow and let's laugh please.
But Dean must book
I
Leroy
agree with
Kufa,
you.
sekwa.
I agree with you, Leroy. Please, the only thing that made today's topic so personal is that we didn't want to agree to the mistakes that were done in the past, which is a fundamental rule when it comes to therapy. We have to accept that we are victims. It's a must. Okay, I'm moving. Because you only start count every time when I speak serious. If I had to talk about alcohol right now, you'll allow me.
Bye-bye.
You'd allow me.
We may probably have a quiz tomorrow because now we have the merchandise now, so you can buy, or maybe you can win it. So let's do it tomorrow. So yeah, man. Po, yeah, no, I will see you.
You and I on the DMs, fast. While we are still within this system, waiting for Abon to create their own, let's talk business.
Sikasheni.
How we
Let's
do the
talk
system
Now I'm
now. You
always
see my point
trashy.
now, guys.
Now I'm always trashy. Like now
This is how-
In August we are trashing 10 drivers. If you have a brother who's got a code 14 plus minus 3 years experience.
Really do.
Eh?
This is exactly what I'm talking about, guys.
Yeah, what?
But
If
I'll
you've got a
DM
brother,
you.
What I'm talking
DM
about.
me. If you got a brother who's got a
Yeah.
code 14 plus minus
DM
more
you.
than 3 years experience.
Say bye-bye in, guys. It's again like
Leroy, before you go, ke kopa o botsisa gore like vele genre reka ka tšhelete or just a positive attitude.
I know.
Wow.
The positive attitude does not pay the bills.
How's
No,
that?
Leroy, I'm still literally asking for you to bring the gin to my place. I don't send me the number of the person that I have to speak to.
Dean?
Yes, Leroy.
You have my phone number. So chill.